How you guys doing? So, I'm dropping stuff. Today, we have a window tint failure, actually. It's not my film, though, thankfully, because that would shock me, and we don't want that. So, this was installed a handful of years ago. Really not that long ago, from what I understand. I don't remember the exact time frame. But there is already film on the whole vehicle, including the windshield. And the windshield really doesn't look that bad. It's just kind of dirty from the initial install. But the rest of it looks not too bad from a distance. But when you get closer, we'll inspect it. It'll start looking wavy. Because really, it's not what you would normally think in a typical film failure. So most people think bubbled window tint, changing colors, but adhesive failure is definitely a thing sometimes before the coloring can go and before it shows signs of bubbling. It can look wavy. So we don't like wavy tint at all. So what I was hoping for is that I could get these headphones to work, but they don't seem to be doing nothing. What is up with that? Maybe if I do this. Wow. No, they just straight up don't do anything. Is this your original install? No. No, thankfully. It would be really soon for me to have any type of a failure like that. And if I were to have a failure like that, I would seriously reconsider everything that I've been installing for the past year if it failed that quickly. That is not something that you chalk up to a bad roll. That is something that you chalk up to, this film's just not going to survive. Well, I guess we don't really need that. I did a dumb quiz thing today. Welcome to school. Those felt seals, I messed up the door windows a lot on mine. Yeah, this isn't even a super fun car to like tint. It's a little on the tricky side. Is Suntech film shrinkable? Oh, absolutely. They all are. Suntech is one of the better ones out there. So yeah, all window films, like even bad window films, like cheap window films that fail inside of 6 months to a year. Those can all be USB device not recognized. Oh, that's exciting. All those can shrink sometimes really, really well. How long does it take you to get good with tint? For me, I was fairly competent doing it full-time after like a year. There's people that learn faster than that in the right conditions. On your own, it's tough to say. It's a challenge. There's lots of things that you're learning, and you don't necessarily have another tinter just to like call on the phone and be like, yo, what's up, dog? I'm having some problems with my tint. Let alone places to go and see other people firsthand. It's tough. I ordered Avery Dennison NR. Is this a good film? Well, if you already ordered it, then you should sure hope it's a good film at that point. Oh, I hope, because I ordered 200 feet. Yeah, I actually really liked NR. The films up from there I wasn't too fond of. NR, I really like that one. It's a solid color stable dyed film. Shrinks very nicely, and it's got a good color to it. I'm about to start a removal. Let's see who finishes first. I'm guessing you. Yeah, so we're going to be doing a almost full removal. We were going to do the full windshield, but we're holding off on that because this is his third windshield that he's had to replace, and we're going right into wintertime. And if there was ever a time for a windshield to really break, it was going to be wintertime. Daniel Reyna.
Daniel Reyna super chatted $9.99.
Buenos dias.
Kumu Stapo, salutations.
Mastapo, salutations,
Grandmaster Matt.
Thank you so much for the 10. How you doing on this lovely late morning? It actually felt like summertime. Not exactly, but it was warmer. It was actually way warmer outside. I was all bundled up, ready for the cold. I walked outside, and I'm like, oh, this actually doesn't suck that much. Should have done more research before I ordered 200 feet. Yeah, a lot of times you can order smaller quantities or something like that and test it out first. But yeah, you picked a good one there. So that's good to know. How slow are you? Oh, things are reasonably slow right now, honestly. Been kind of picking up a job here or there. Been trying to figure out other things to do with the shop and the channel and stuff. So I have things that'll keep me busy, but we're not incredibly busy right now. That'll pick up soon enough. This is really like wintertime of the first year. So I opened up in wintertime, and last year was even slower. So this year, people are becoming more familiar with me as a business. It just takes time. So it depends on marketing and how you're getting yourself out there and your referrals and all that. Like all that, it all takes time. So if we do that, and then we need to deactivate, activate, and then it should make it all snappy. Yay, look at that. We have a camera. I need to set up my headphones too. I do this thing where I don't charge them because they last for quite a long time, but they charge pretty dang quickly, so I don't think that's really going to be a problem today. Plus, if I leave them in the case, one will charge while the other one is in use. So let me set those up real quick, and then I'll be able to actually hear you guys. Do you still install film if it's freezing outside? Yes, I just never do that outside. Have 2 R&Rs today, but 500 apiece? Dang, that's awesome. Hopefully they're not too beat up. Those are the worst. I just hate getting old removals. Removals aren't bad, depending on how much film or how much glue is left behind. I do many vinyl wraps, and it slows down so much in the winter because people park their summer vehicles. I've decided to start tinting for the winter times. I'm in Canada, so I hope I get business. Offsetting, see, tint is also a summer thing. Like, we get slowdowns too. So I don't think tint is necessarily the best offset to that. Because like we'll have weeks too in the wintertime where it's just like you say jammed up in the summertime. So if you got both of those services going, if you can have a second set of hands to help out with all that, that'll make all that, because when you get into the summertime, you're going to want to build up that tint side of things. So if you can keep that going rather than jumping back and forth. Why have you never gotten into commercial and residential? Everyone says it's easier and more money. I gotta go places. I gotta be. I'm not about that. From what I've heard, it's not bad. There are, I don't know. There are definitely challenges with it, just like anything. It's not just quick, easy money, but the level of skill involved for flat glass is more about, I think, customers and how to tackle some unique projects like scaffolding, like getting scaffolding in, setting it up, tinting up in weird spots, moving things around, like, just being around somebody else's environment rather than your own, being more of a people person or getting somebody to close that job for you, even though you should probably do that part yourself and then find somebody else to do the job. But I've never wanted to get into commercial and residential because, I can't really do the media side so much in other people's houses. So I started with auto, and I never really wanted to even build up my own shop business so much. I always just liked doing the media side of it. I had to open up my own business to keep doing that. So that's why we're here. Am I the only one that's super slow compared to the last year? I don't know about compared to last year because this is my first full year with the studio. I'm better than I was last year, but things are pretty slow right now. Your videos have helped me out a ton. Glad to hear it. Can you tint outside in the cold weather? There'll be certain temperatures that you just can't deal with because if it's freezing, your water's freezing. So, I mean, like the video that we posted a little bit ago, there was this, the guy was tinting for the first time outside, at least that's what it looked like, and it was just ripping film after film piece off outside. And so much of that would have gone better if he had just been indoors. So especially in the wintertime, this is where it's really important. Like, if your business is entirely dependent on the weather, I mean, outside of like landscaping, and then what do? They do snow removal in the winter times. And then if it doesn't snow, they're just sitting there. So the real problems are just like, you know, if all of a sudden it's too windy or it's too cold, you can't do your job when that money you could make would just go towards a space and more. So just find a way to tint inside. Really find a way to tint inside. Matt, it's Haas. I'm so close with my setup finally. That's awesome. I haven't had time to jump on a call. I sent you that video on the way this is set up. This is really as simple as I've gotten it, and it's still kind of a lot. So it's just kind of how it goes with all the weird little quirks. I have an appointment tomorrow for a tint job on my car. They have Expel 15%. Is that good tint? Yeah, Expel's good. They have Expel tint. So they're bringing Expel and you're installing it. Yeah, Expel is good. They have different lines just like any other company, but they're good company across the board. What's wrong with the tint on the VW? All right, well, let's get into that because that is why we're here today. So, window film failures come in a number of different ways. And if we close this up, it doesn't look bad. It looks perfectly fine. You kind of walk around it. If you start to look close, that's where you start noticing some weird little distortions in the windows. Hard to tell right off the bat, but this really isn't a bad job. But as the owner, when you get in here and look out, it's starting to do this ripply distortion. So you can see these shrink lines, just individual fingers that were shrunk. And then going up the sides that hit the sun more, those are going to look way worse. So film failures will traditionally come in, they'll be very bubbled, peeled, and discolored. But the color seems to have held up really well. So this is just straight up adhesive failure, which is not great to see. I don't know how this is going to remove. That's the other question. Is it going to be a simple removal? Is it going to take me all day? I don't know yet. But it's at the point now where, you know, it's wintertime. He's not driving this quite as much. It's more like sitting inside, waiting around for the summertime. So this is a good time to like get some of that work done on it. So we're going to be removing all this film and, you know, stuff like the back window on a hatch isn't going to get as much sun. So this one really doesn't look at all that bad until you start getting close up into some of these areas. All these little like ripply shrink lines and stuff like that. That's where adhesive failure. No good. This thing is super clean, by the way. So that's a bummer. And that's why I don't really like taking chances with any of the films that I install. I've been through this too many times. I mean, can you imagine the shop, like being the shop that installed this 3 years ago? And then it's got like a lifetime warranty, and then honestly, they should be the ones redoing it. The reason why he's here instead of there, as far as I know, is some things of the quality of work here. So if we look at the windshield, that's where they really kind of fell apart. There's some other issues with it, but you can see some little hairs, lots of speckling up in here, especially this top corner up here. This is not a super easy windshield to do by any means anyways. So not terrible, but it's got enough of a starry sky that we don't like it. So, but he's had that windshield broken so many times at this point. He like had ceramic on the windshield, and then the windshield got broken, and then he got another film on the windshield, and then that got broken too, and then this is like his third windshield. So at this point, he's like, I'm gonna leave it until the summertime, and then I have a feeling it's gonna break in the winter, and then I'll replace it. Our roads are terrible, so seems like it was done fast. Some shops work by quality and not quantity. Oh, for sure. Who knows if it was really fast or not? But it just was not very good. So we're starting up the steamer. I've had it sitting for quite a while. This is not the best steamer as far as like startup times go. And I hated this steamer. I hated wanting to get a different steamer for the longest time when I used this at one of the other shops that I tinted for. And then I ended up buying one. So I don't know. I took a good look at steamers that are out there, and I wanted something that was reliable. So that thing at least should be, if anything, reliable. And then I took the extra hose from my broken steamer, and I merged the two together. So now I have super long steamer hose. So it's been on preheat for a little while. We turned it on. We're going to let that start up. In the meantime, I suppose we can roll these windows down. Rolls the windows down. And then we're going to tape some stuff. It takes forever to warm up. I know, but we move at a snail pace, so that's kind of okay. Ooh. Ooh! It actually, you can see it was wearing where it was pressed up against the seal. That's where you can see some glue distortion. There's a slight discoloration. It's really not bad. And it's fading to just, like, it's not fading to anything offensive. It looks okay. But they're showing little signs of fading. I wish it had the pressure feature. I wish it had the pressure feature with the trigger, though, like the Wagner. That feature definitely comes in handy sometimes. I'm going to have to just, like, pony up and buy one of those things. I've used one of them, like, once or twice. I guess what I didn't like about them is they don't seem to get really hot. They just blow steam. And what I like about a steamer is, like, lots of hot steam. So those things put out lots of hot steam at the end, but like a heat gun. If you're like, it looks impressive, but you could put your hand here and it still takes a while for the spot to warm up. So I didn't feel like the pressure was really doing much to it. But there's some people that really, really like those. So I don't know, maybe I'm just using it wrong. Using the pressure Wagner, I never got to like it. Oh, yeah, I'm in the same boat. Is that a J2000. It's something. Whatever the big stone one is. So, I don't know. You can find them for like on the website for a lot. This was actually for sale on Amazon for like $270. And see, this is why I jumped to this one versus the other one. So they have a cheaper Jeffy that I was gonna pick up for like, I don't know, like $240. And this one was at the time on sale for like $270. And the thing I don't like about the smaller Jiffy was the water tank isn't secured. So when you're pulling that thing in and out, it can just fall off. I wish it had a lock or something. Same thing with my like fast steamer. I had like the last steamer that I had that died. I really liked it overall. It just only worked for like 8 months and then corroded and died. So that wasn't good. No good. But the water tank also fell off of that. My favorite steamer was like the small Shark steamer that's all contained and then a little handle and you can carry that around. And I think arguably puts out the same amount of steam that this thing this thing might do. And that thing lasted for like 3 years or something. But I'd have to look around to find it again. I guess I picked it up locally and then maybe it got discontinued or something. It's the thing with finding cheap products. Sometimes, if they actually last for a while, by the time they fail, they've been discontinued and there's something else on the market and it's not as good. I've been away for a while. I see you're taping side seals. Is that a new thing? It's definitely a newer thing. Oh, shit. I forgot about the bottom. We got steam, though. I should do this. We're going to start with one of these and see how it goes. See what we're in for before we get too far. Yeah, so taping side seals is, we've been doing it for a handful of months now. So newer, but long enough that if you've been watching regularly, it's not that new. All right, so the question is always, is this going to be a crap removal or an easy removal? By the state of the film itself, it's not going to be one of those nasty southern removals. So you guys down south, I feel for you. You get some just utter crap down there that is just baked to hell. I cut that. Yeah, so the plastic head of the steamer comes apart. And on all those cheap steamers, dude, just get rid of the end. The big bulky plastic ends, they just get in your way. So smaller output, and you can cram this behind like a third brake light. So much nicer in my opinion. So the removal is $250 for everything but the windshield. Just because of the time that the removals usually take. And yeah, we're it's pulling a good amount of the glue, but we still got to scrape a lot of it. So we got two decisions here. We can either sit here and like slowly kind of peel this, where it's still leaving some glue. Ugh. So as far as film removals, yes, this isn't an easy film removal. It's just the glue. So we're going to just work some of this off, and then we'll go through and we'll scrape it all, I think. It's reasonably thin. what you hope is that the steamer wants to take both off. But that's not the case here. So clean up on something like this. You got all that glue that's really going to rest inside the seals. That's going to be some of the toughest to get out. Because you just can't get a razor blade in there and scrape it very easily. You have to use your knife, go through some blades. So, for those of you just coming in, this was tinted a handful of years ago, and the adhesive is failing, so it's starting to look all warped. This is not done by me, thankfully, because if it was, I would be incredibly nervous and pissed. Something like this, a film company would tell you, oh, it's probably just a bad roll. And you cross your fingers that you don't have any other ones coming back like this, but you're... There we go. What are your opinion? What's your opinion about film companies selling film in white boxes with no branding? It's sketchy. They're just trying to make a buck. So, if they can sell you film in a white box, chances are you can find the source and just order direct. Save yourself from them. Oh, you guys want the door panel link? Oh my god, you guys. I know, you guys aren't allowed to type links. Maybe we'll say it. Yeah, we're $250 for the removal. And then what, like $260 to retin it? Why don't you just wipe it off, then scrape? I don't like the seals getting gunky. Why would you not charge for a removal? I don't charge anybody for removal. You just don't value your time. Because the removal part is going to cost you more than the tinting part, unfortunately. Like, the removal part, a lot of times... Oh, God. Okay, so here's something to think about. If a tint job costs you more time to do a removal, then why, like, sorry, chat's going crazy right now. If you charge, if it takes you more, sorry, here we go. If it takes you more time to tint a car, or to do a removal than to tint a car, why would you not charge more for the removal? Is it just because you don't have material costs in it? I don't understand. So, the other thing is, like, if people argue about prices of a removal, that's fine. You don't want to do the removal. So, if you're just trying to, like, scrape in all the business any which way you can, these will take you far longer. This will usually take you far longer than just tinting the car outright. So, I don't know. I've never been a fan of removals. Even if they come off relatively easily, I've just never been a fan. So, I used to charge just like any other shop would. We used to charge like $160 for removal because, like, you know, it sucks to have a removal and whatnot. But then the sheer time that I spent on some of these removals, I get some pretty unique clients here too, where people are like doing a little bit more research, then coming across my channel, finding out I'm in the area. They care more about their cars. They bought something out of Texas, and then they bring it in, and I'm spending 3/4 of a day just on the removal portion. So that part really had to change. This kind of stuff, I'd just rather not deal with it. So that's why it's priced the way that it is. All this scraping. This isn't that thick of a glue either, so that's nice. This will come off pretty straightforward, but all it takes is any one of these like little pieces, like that little piece right there. That's all it takes, and then you have to redo the whole thing. So I'm not gonna pull out an adhesive remover either, really, until I got most of the glue off already. Because what happens is if I just spray adhesive remover, it gums up and gets stuck in the seals, and it'll make the install a nightmare. So some people charge hourly, some people charge flat rate. I still charge flat rate, but both are totally fine. I'll let the guy that wants to do this for next to nothing do the removal, and then they can bring me the car to do the tint job if they want. So I'll either use ATR or Awesome in most cases. It just works well. It's very consistent. Okay, so the door protector carpet shield. Oh God, I shouldn't have even said it. Carpet shield. There you go. So we got that, and then we can get ATR. Yes. Don't you hate when people do the removal themselves? Yeah, because they don't realize a lot of time they're making it worse. I had one young guy say, "Oh, it's fine, I'll just do it myself," beforehand, and he did an amazing job. Props to him. I was so proud. I couldn't find hardly any glue left behind. But most people go to remove that back window, and no matter what you tell them ahead of time, they just think that you want to do the removal and you want to charge them a bunch of money. And they're like, "Oh, I'll just do it myself and save myself a bunch of money." And then they get to it. Like, there's this one guy who I scheduled an appointment. He said he was going to do the removal, so we scheduled him for a regular time slot. And then the time slot after that, I had somebody else coming in. And he was already coming in late. And then he called on the way. And he's like, "Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm stuck in traffic right now." And I'm like, "How did that removal go?" He's like, "Oh, yeah, that was terrible. You were right. I need you to do that removal." And I'm like, "I don't have time to do it today." What? Yeah, I tried to set it up for the time. Oh, dang. Bummer. So even after we do this much removal, we're still going to go over it before we do the install. It's kind of like a removal before the last final thing, but not too bad. Oh yeah, if this was Geo, this would be an apology video instead of a regular stream video. This is not my film. This is not, I don't know. I guess is kind of a 1 mil. It feels a little bit thicker than that. But not quite a regular film. It's a little thin. But that shouldn't be the reason why it failed. Do you ever get tired of answering the same questions? Maybe about carpet shield. That's about it. Everything else is fair game. Or when somebody asks what kind of tape is that? Yeah, like that. I think he bought that tape from Lowe's. I don't know. I don't know about that. Where'd you get that Lowe's tape? Oh, I don't know. Maybe Sam's Club. Exclusive to members only. Removal on rear windows is difficult because of the defrosters. Yeah, and I think the defrosters get overhyped. Like you got to be careful. Maybe it's because I'm in Michigan, but for the most part, window film removals here, your defrosters 99% of the time are fine. It's not that they can't get pulled off with old film, and you can't guarantee for sure that the defrosters will always be fine, because there's always that chance. But they're usually fine. As long as the film starts to peel off and you don't see any lines coming with it, then you know everything's going to be fine. If you start pulling it and you see the lines coming off, then, you know, there's nothing you can do at that point. But dude, people really use their defrosters anyways. Just kidding. I use the hell out of mine in the wintertime. You got to melt that like 6 feet of snow off your car, so you remote start it like 3 hours before you get into it and let it all melt rather than spend a couple minutes and sweep it off. Where's my... So, this. They changed the tags on these. I don't know why. Probably because they're I think they're different towels now. They changed them sometime this year. What tape is that? Oh, God! Can we just... It's illegal to leave your car defrosting. Wow. That's ridiculous. In Scotland. That's crazy. Because you just wake up, and if your car's been running for any period of time, there's a ticket on it. That's terrible. Here, you're not supposed to drive on the road with lots of snow on your vehicle, but, you know, you get going pretty quick. And if the roads aren't very busy, they'll come off pretty quick. So tint goes on the inside, yes. It's easier to cut on the outside. So all the sizing, shrinking, that all happens on the outside, and then we throw it on the inside. Scissors would work better. You should try tinting. If you think you got something that'll work better, I suggest you definitely start tinting and then prove us all differently. I'm more than happy to adjust based on criticism. So, you tint every day? Scissors for cutting, shaving, and installs. Make some videos, dude. Nobody sees scissors. So, the reason to use a steamer over a heat gun is the steam will hopefully free up the film a little bit better and leave less glue behind. So usually I'll take a heat gun to just the doors, but if we got a full removal and a back glass involved, I'm breaking out the steamer. I've never used scissors. I was being a smartass. I couldn't tell. Yeah, so in this case, it's helping out some, and if I want to take some extra time, but I can scrape this glue a little bit faster. It probably pulled, like you see all these little patches, it probably pulled off about half the glue. So keeping it warm definitely helps. But, you know, it's not perfect. Would the trash bag method work in the wintertime? No, it needs some heat. I've never had a successful trash bag method. I wish it worked for me. There's so many people that'll just say, just use a trash bag. Yeah. Yeah, sun is also a nice thing. We don't really see that here either. Even if it works, takes too long to wait. That too. I swear. Like here, that would be not much of a problem. Other places that I've tinted, yeah, that's not happening. The car that comes in is the car that's getting worked on. I agree. I'll twiddle my thumbs for an hour and cross my fingers that the trash bag works. So yeah, you have to actually have a competent shop to plan that ahead, bring it in, spray it, and then leave it outside, and then be working on something else while it's doing that. Some of the places just haven't been like that. But more often than not, we have bad weather, so it was never really a priority to try it. We're in the middle of Georgia, so sun's not an issue. Yeah, that's good. You guys get worse removals than we do, though. See, removals really aren't that much or that bad here, more often than not. They're just kind of like, they're whatever. It's only occasionally that I see a really purple bubbled window, and most of the time they've bought the car from out of state. If somebody is actually paying for removal, which you guys see a lot of the cars that get done here, I just don't hardly ever have removals to do. Most people just hear the price or take it upon themselves to do it themselves or buy another car. It's tough to say. I think most people just aren't looking to pay that kind of money for a removal, so they either live with it or they'll find somebody cheaper to do it. Wondering how your business handles in the wintertime? It slows down. The longer you're in business, the busier you'll be. But it definitely slows down. I mean, it's definitely not booked out for weeks right now. So, but we were in the summer, so it'll come back around. When it's busy, take the work and then prepare for the wintertime where it can slow down a lot, and then have extra projects to do in the wintertime. Just don't expect it to be the same all year round. It usually is not the case. Pull the film down most of the way, then clean the glue. Yeah, I do that sometimes. It just depends. Often I find just letting the adhesive soak, like, yeah, that'll keep this up, but this stretch of glue down here will stay cold. So sometimes I'd rather just get it pulled and put some moisture on it, and then get some like soapy water soaking into it, and then it'll just scrape easier, because the longer that's sitting on there, the easier it'll scrape. So it just depends. This wouldn't be all that bad, but can we like just sit there? Thank you. So, let this soak in for a second. Give it a good scrubby. So the question is, are we getting most of the glue out of the sides? Looks like we're doing pretty good. Nice. I like it. I use a lot of paper towels on removal for trees. I never got along with paper towels. I like microfiber rags too much, but then they get, they can get glue on them, and then you just kind of throw them out, so that's not exactly super great. Where's mine? There it is. Like, I'd watch a glass shop use nothing but paper towels to, like, clean the glass. And, yeah, they leave, like, lots of little fibers and stuff behind. It's, like, nothing like a nice, plushy, fresh microfiber for cleaning glass. Always seem to work better. Soak up some water, soak up some glass cleaner, and then it just dries nice. All right. Steam. So, extra hose is nice, but it does leave extra space for water to build up, so just keep that in mind when it's running. Try and give it some slack or empty out the hose. Wow, can you please be a little bit more respectful? We're gonna do a little timeout here. I wonder where my chat went. That's annoying. Okay, I'll see you later then. Oh, that's good. All right. Bye. Oh. No, I'm saying this one. Sorry, I had to put somebody in timeout. Oh. We got echo now because YouTube is doing that. Okay, there we go. So on this one, we're probably going to be cutting out the quarter windows again. Steamy. Yeah, I don't know if it was super intentional, but it definitely came off as really shitty, so. Read the room. So the longer you leave the steam, there's like sometimes a sweet spot where it'll start to come off. There we go. Well, we're making progress. We're sticking with it. The not so fun part about something like this is you also got these rear quarter windows. But at least it's not like a giant back window. I pulled XR Plus off a back window, left so much glue. Yeah, a lot of Guari films do that. It's like, it's a huge bummer about those films. I mean, the good news is when you stick it on there, it's gonna stay, and it's solid film. But yeah, the removals are not fun. So this one actually doesn't have front quarter windows, or tint on the front quarter windows, because the installer didn't install it. And I'll be honest, I'm on the fence myself, because I usually don't. I usually don't do them. But we might have to try and do them today. But I don't know if they were tinted. I don't know how they would be removed without removing the pillars. And if you remove the pillars, you got to replace airbag clips because they break. There we go. Neat. So we are returning back to a fishbowl. Did I do the quarters? Did I actually get them done? I must have tuned that out. Must have just like repressed it because I actually don't remember really ever doing them. I remember like attempting some, but I don't know if I've ever gotten them installed. I put a little squeegee on a stick though, so maybe we can get them done. Let's get some tape. I can't reach the window. Not really. So on these ones, these are always a topic of discussion. These quarter windows suck. Flip a shortcut, use a back edge to install the piece. So these, I can touch the top part of it. I can't touch the bottom part of it because these are the dumbest design quarter windows. You can't hardly see out of them. And then getting to them is super annoying. Martin Fowler says flip a shortcut and use the back edge to install the piece. What do you mean? Like use this side? Is he actually like resting the film on there and then like tucking this in? Because this is the shortcut. I don't know. I heard the reach will reach really well. Yeah, I got one sitting over on the passenger seat. I was checking that one out too beforehand. Not super confident in any of the things that I'm seeing right now. Upside down. Oh, okay. Squeegee side, that makes more sense. Oh, that's dust. Yeah, they're not fun. Aww. I lost my limited edition reach. I think I remember that. I remember somebody losing one, and then the customer found it and brought it back. That's nice. That's great. Because there's one guy, I left his limited edition pink screwdriver. It was part of a set. And I didn't have a Phillips screwdriver, and I was like, hey man, can I borrow that for a minute? He's like, yeah, sure, no problem. This dude was so just like, he had all his tools laid out. He had the original trays for everything. It's just a guy that cares a lot about his toolbox and his setup. And then my dumbass just totally forgot to grab the screwdriver. Car left. We couldn't contact him after that. He just wasn't picking up the phone. He wouldn't come back. Can't get the screwdriver anymore. So it's one thing to have to pay to replace a tool. It's a whole nother thing when you work with somebody and you lose their special tool. And then they like to remind you about it. All right. We are officially taped. Let's go. So this is probably one of the best examples of how the film failed on this one so far. It's not terrible, but it is one of those things that if you paid money to get your car tinted, you definitely don't want to see this because it's just going to get worse. So there are there's waviness going on here. Adhesive failure, you can see where they actually shrunk the film. All those little spots. And just general distortion in the whole thing now. And then especially along this top edge, you can see a big distortion line where it pressed up against the seal and slight discoloration from the tint. So it's not terrible. He was almost going to drive this around during the winter time, but it's like he brought his truck in to get tinted, and then we started a conversation with this one. And it was just like, yeah, well, I'm getting that one done. I might as well bring this one in too. Ooh, this one definitely got more sun-baked. You see how this is coming off in comparison? This is that glue failure where it just leaves this, like, it comes off smooth, but it leaves the sheet of glue behind. And it's got that little smell to it. Where the other side pulled a little bit different. I thought that wave was caused by poor squeegeeing. Nope. Nope, it'll just be adhesive failure. Because it'll look fine. It'll dry off. And everything will look great. But it just depends on the film that you use. If you just have water in between... If you have water in between the film and the glass, it'll dry. It might take a while, but it'll dry. And it'll look fine. Where it won't look fine is dirt. Dirt and air, those don't dry out. Oops. This one. So part of me wants to just pull the bottom, but I had a bunch of people like, well, why don't you just leave the tint in there and then sprinkle the glue down on top of it? It'll keep it cleaner. So we'll leave it like that for now, and then we'll pull it after. Oh, you dumb cable. That, and then we need a hose. Smells like glue removal. I know they were. That's why I was giving them a hard time. Ew, it's like snotty and brown. Did you like Avery? Avery overall, there's some problems with the with the higher up lines. So Sigma Pro, it really doesn't give you much performance, and it introduces some haze, so it's kind of like, what's the point? Their NR line is really good, and I hear really iffy things about their ceramic. So when I was using them, I was pretty much exclusively using Sigma Pro at the time, which I didn't like the little bit of haze that was there, but it was fine enough. And then as soon as they came out with NR, so NR Pro, NR, They were owned by, they were Haneditech, and now it's Avery. So Sigma Pro is NR Pro, and like Sigma was like NR or whatever. Or I guess it was just always NR at that point. But they came out with a film that was just a color stable dyed, and it was really, really solid. I liked it a lot. I switched immediately. Ew, this is like that gummy shit. So let's see, maybe we can get this. No! I hate that. When you don't really have a good angle on any of it. You can just warm this up too. Going through blades today. Lots and lots of blades. This will stick to everything. I don't really, I'm not, if you guys want to, no, that's not really a good option either. I don't really have a good option for you. So you can order pre-cut geo kits off of Tint Zoom. I just don't want, like, I know this probably wasn't intentional or whatever. Probably just like trying to help somebody out. So I don't want to step on toes too much, but I'm a little apprehensive about trying to arrange those type of things on my stream. Mostly because I don't know. And I wouldn't want anybody to have a bad experience that way. So. No! I just need to get the edge. We had like even people, we had a couple people, actually it's been more than a couple people at this point. So there's a lot of spammers even in my Facebook group that like they'll just come in and be like, hey, who wants a free logo? And they'll try and scam and spam people. And usually they just like rip logos from other websites and just post them as their own. And they'll have like no history whatsoever. And they'll actually get people for like 80 to 100 bucks. It's pretty bad. And then, ew, this is like that glue that sticks all over your hands and shit. And then there's this one guy that was actually doing it with tint kegs. He ripped a picture of a couple of tint kegs that somebody else posted and said he had a couple of them for cheap and took advantage of a few people looking to get a deal on some tint kegs. So, like, spammers are evolving. We're just going to spray this at this point. Yeah, I didn't even, like, that was the first one I've seen like that, and they come in a number of different ways. There's the obvious ones where they'll just join the group, and it'll be a brand new person, and then they'll be advertising some service, like logos or SEO or something. There's been some that have been job inquiries, and some that have been job positions, like, hey, if you want to make this amount of money every year, message me. Then all of a sudden they just get a bunch of messages. It's like people fall for that shit all the time. It's no good. So we do our best to filter it and delete it as soon as we catch it. But it still makes its way in. And the worst are like the replies to other replies. So they'll go through all the comments and they'll reply to people. And those are much harder to catch. So we usually do like keywords and stuff. That got pretty bad. But yeah, I should have done something about it, and I didn't really catch it. But this person was like doing basically like hijacking posts. So somebody else had a legitimate post, and then he would hijack the post in comments and say like, "Hey, I got a couple of tint kegs for sale." So it all kind of flew under the radar for a little bit. It was smart. The Facebook group is so helpful. Yeah, I really like it a lot. All I get are spam calls. I get a lot of those too. Please don't hang up. Hang up. There's ones that like promise higher up listings on Google and whatever else. Like, you didn't verify this account. Please send money to here. How many members? I think we're over. I think we're closing in on 36 right now. Like 35 and a half, maybe a little over that. It's crazy how fast it grew. So it was a slow climb for a while. And then, but what's I'm really proud of with that group, besides all just the fantastic help from everybody, is like it also gives an opportunity for other people to feature their work. So if you have a cool video, if you have a channel that you want to promote, if you're selling a product or anything like that, just make videos. And you can get it in front of a lot of people. I don't mind if people are trying to sell products or service, like, well, really like window tint related things, right? So if you like you have a tool or whatever else, like it doesn't bug me at all. Just like trying to add value to the group. Don't just come in and post just like a text ad. Like, hey, I've got a sale on window film. It's like that kind of stuff doesn't fly. But if you come in and you're like, hey, this is a tool that I'm really proud of, and I made it, or I did this thing, or you're trying to like, hey, I have a YouTube channel, I'd like some people to come check it out. Like, just feature videos. It's really cool. There's this like really funny post that I think a lot of people saw. It was like a TikTok post. And it ended up doing like 3 million impressions out of like posted natively to the group. Did like 3 million impressions. It's just crazy. So Facebook is putting priority on public groups to like push posts in front of more people. So it's kind of like a way to help get your stuff discovered, where the private groups are more for private discussions. They're not sharing any content that you're posting there outside of it. So it depends on what you're looking for. So if you have something like fun, entertaining, or helpful, feel free to post it. And it might get featured. I try and pin everything to the top of the group too when I see it. Give everybody a fair shot. It's the people's group. Yuck. Just sticky hands now. How long ago did you make the group? I think it's been like 8 years or something. It was definitely not the first one. But I got really annoyed from a lot of the other groups. So like, and I've actually been kicked out of most of the groups. So there was there's like a handful of groups. Those came around little while after like the Tint Dude site, and then people started moving towards Facebook groups. And then it was kind of like the Wild West in the Facebook groups. they've tamed out a lot more, but I made mine mostly for my channel, because I was doing my channel at the time, and there wasn't like a good place for my community to go and ask questions and stuff. There was still a lot of like backlash from like older tinters that didn't like new questions. Like people getting into it, they think everybody's trying to ruin the industry. Gotta guard those tint secrets, that's right. We're all ruining the industry. How many vehicles do you do in one day on average? Well, right now it's like 1. Mostly the promotion is like solely on existing on maps. Maps and YouTube to some extent. YouTube is like, it's good, but it's more like broad marketing than local marketing, but it does really help with existing in general. So when people search Tint, a bunch of my videos will pop up locally. My daughter doesn't believe this video is live. It's not, it's pre-recorded. This is definitely not live right now. This is if you're really patient. You can like go slow and kind of keep some steam there and keep that removing very clean, or you can just get like frustrated and just like meh. This is coming off nice based on where you're from. This is like an average to Michigan removal. It's leaving lots of glue behind. But I don't know. Scraping glue is never fun. Little pieces. And then this is like, God, all this glue. This one's coming off even a little better than the front one did. Which is a little surprising. It's more like the other side. That front one felt like it was maybe even a different film then. Why the Lowe's tape? Because it keeps it cleaner. Keeps crap out of the sides. What are your feelings on Apex? I haven't really revisited it much. It's cold now. I have it on my Blazer front doors, and like it's fine. It's fine there. It was just the windshield. Like I said, it's got like a little bit more haze to it, and I'm not a super big fan of that. And I want to provide the best heat rejection, but it's never been a massive priority here in Michigan. So especially now, like right now, carbon is like seems decent enough for some people. You know what I mean? Like, as far as, like, price points go, they're like, yeah, I'll be good with the carbon. It's freezing outside, but I guess I see what you mean with when it comes to summertime. Where in the summertime, it's just like, oh, God, I need that heat rejection. What do you got? So it came in towards the end of the year, and I haven't really... I got some time to like, sit with it, and I'd like to get in a handful of other films and do like a big windshield comparison and put like 4 different films on the windshield back to back to back or side by side, and then see what I feel is best and just kind of, you know, how similar are all these super ceramics? Are they all have a similar haze? How's the coloring? Are they all they're cracked up to be? Because I've gone back and forth between like C2 and Pro Nano. We're always super happy with Pro Nano on it. At this point, like, we got our minivan, and we had a couple of nice sunny days, and like one of the first things my wife said was like, we need to put ceramic film on the front because you can definitely feel when you don't have it. So it's one of those things where, like, if you didn't have it, you don't really know what you're missing, but then once you get it and you drive something else, you're like, oh, shoot, I need that ceramic again. It's good stuff. But moving up to the apex, you know, you're going from like 75/85 to like 95. So there is like a little bit more that's blocked, but you're already pretty comfortable with Pro Nano. And at the cost of some clarity, I just, if you're in like a really hot state, yes. If you're in a cooler state, it doesn't matter quite as much. So that's where, like, I've just been sleeping on it a little bit. I should get another microfiber here. We'll get this one. Ooh. My wife has XR Plus. I'm looking for a cheaper option for mine. Yeah, because it is expensive. But that's cool. Like, you know what it's like to drive around with, like, a super ceramic and trying something that's a little bit less expensive. That's where a regular ceramic's going to come in. But so XR should be an option, though. I wonder what your car runs at that shop in XR. Like, isn't XR like their regular ceramic, and then XR Plus is their super ceramic? Wish all windows were this size. They only offer XR Plus and then CS. Huh. That's surprising. It's like the two opposite sides of the spectrum. Do you want nothing or do you want everything? Like, you should have that in between. We're over it. We're so over it. But we gotta leave it running. See, this thing will just keep running and running and running. And running. This thing's got a big tank. What are we up to? Yep. We're about halfway through it. So we can't show why. Oh, wait, on the back window we can. But yeah, it's a glue failure, starting to look wavy. So this is one of the real unfortunate things about. I don't even necessarily. I can ask a little bit more. I forgot to. Like, where was it tinted? And do you know what it was tinted with? Because, like, at that point, a lot of people don't even remember, like, / know what it was tinted with in the first place. They just went somewhere and they got it tinted. So as far as, like, knowing exactly what it is would be helpful, but it's usually impossible to tell unless they really kept track of, like, they put it on, like, a receipt or something like that. You might be surprised how many shops don't. So this glue is so annoying. It like sticks to the edge of that blade, and you just start going through blade after blade after blade, and then it's like goops up on your fingernails, and then it sticks, and ugh, hate it. But not too bad. It's at least thinner and scraped pretty easily, so as long as you get a blade on it, it'll come off. Not bad. We still got 3 more windows to do, so we have a decision to make. Do we want to get started on the doors, or should we leave the steamer sitting on the back last and then start working on the doors? I suppose we should do that. This isn't exactly going to be super fun either, just because VW likes to put defroster lines literally right on the edge of where you could get a good spot to scrape it, and then we'll have to use a lot of adhesive remover and scrubbies and make sure it all comes off nice. But this can sit here for like a little while. That'll be better. It's a little hard to get it sitting up here though. But ideally, you'd set up the steamer in some fashion that keeps it up here. This is maybe where a shorter hose would have been beneficial. Maybe take like a clamp and like put it up here or something. Then you kind of have this like droop point. Go through the hinge. I mean, you can't get around there, and that's kind of maybe that. Tape it. How do we tape it? It's going off too far. I don't know if it. We can try some tape. I don't know if it's going to work so well, especially if that starts to get wet. Close the door so it's more horizontal. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Here, I'm gonna try this. Yeah, see, we're not gonna be able to keep that sticking there for long. I didn't think so. That'd be nice if it just did this, though. No! Sit here and press it back down again. I suppose, yeah. Yeah, we can close the hatch and try and keep it there for a little bit. Close it and shove it in from the back seat. I kind of want it. It might be right there. I'm just trying to not. Oh God, that doesn't sound good. Do I have a clamp? I might have a way to clamp it. But I'll usually just, at this point, we'll steam it up some. We'll start to pull it. We'll see what it's like. And we'll probably just stand here with a steamer for a little while. Because I don't want to rip off the other side of the hose. So, what do we got to do? Let's grab, yeah, one more blade. Through the back seat. If I can, I don't really like doing that a ton. Cause it's just like, it's all headliner. So like you're steaming up the whole back here and it's got nowhere to go. I'm not as big of a fan of that. But I see what you're saying. So we have to figure out, can we get it? Yeah, it's coming. There we go. Ooh, they got it down there a little bit. Yeah, this is that glue that wouldn't come off anyways. So it's kind of pointless. We can pull this whole thing right now. There's no point in letting steam sit on here. It's not going to do anything. Yeah, see all that? So it's just like the driver's door. We have so many ways that we could potentially get this to stay here. And turns out, unfortunately, this is all just gonna stay. So, good old adhesive remover. We'll spray it, we'll scrub it, and everything will be good. So as far as defroster lines go, these will be totally fine. You don't see a single one being left behind. All the glue is sticking there. The defrosters are going to be plenty intact. No worries. There we go. We successfully removed the back window with a steamer in 10 seconds. You just got to do something about that glue now. And then I suppose we can do the quarters and then we'll be done. We'll be done with the removal, the big removal portion of it. So let's grab this. What do we think? Think this is gonna be the same type of fun? There we go. Stuff our head in here. Every one of these is removing a little different. Yay, lots of scrubbing and scraping. You know, I removed carpet for the showroom. And I'd rather do window film removal any day of the week compared to carpet removal. Screw that. Maybe unless you have the right tools for it. But that was not fun. It's way harder on your hands than tint removal is. But my hands are going to be very dry at the end of this. Should probably just wear gloves, huh? So he decided to hold off on the windshield, and I'm glad. Doing all this with like a full windshield, not super fun. It's been, I don't know, it's like 1 o'clock right now. We just got all the film off the glass, and we got the doors mostly cleaned. So those are in a good state. And now it's a matter of just like, hey, welcome to the stream. We have a VW wagon here. We're going to be tinting the whole thing. Definitely didn't just spend hours removing some film. Definitely didn't do that at all. Okay. Oh, it smells so great in here. Canon. It smells so great in here. It smells like glue removal. And adhesive remover. What time did you start? I don't know. How long has it been? We've been live for an hour and a half, so the removal portion took at least an hour. And we're not even completely done the glue removal part. So we've been removing stuff for about an hour. A little over. Hey, my chair's going to be delivered today. So it's going to be delivered to home, so we don't get to set that up today, but we'll be back with the chair here before we know it. I set up the TV yesterday, actually, after the stream. I was waiting for them to pick up the car, and then got the whole TV set up. It's actually really cool. It comes with an unintentional problem. So let's do this, and let's do this one again. I just want to sit for a sec. So let's go up front. Yeah, I'll load that up real quick. I can actually, here, this will be super easy. I like this a lot. So the TV that I bought, oh, we got some cleaning we gotta do. So the TV that I bought is that guy right there. That is it was a 65-inch Vizio. I saved like $40 getting an open box. Kind of regret that. It's in good condition. Like the condition of the TV wasn't a problem. But I didn't know some people can actually return a TV without feet or the remote. So like we ordered it, we drove out and got it, and then there's no remote with it. And we're like, oh shoot. But what I didn't know about this one, I was just looking for like a 65 that was relatively decent. I wasn't going for like the cheapest one out there, but that one was like $450, and it's got casting built into it, which is super nice. So some of them are like, they're more like Roku or Fire TV. This one is more of a Google TV. So we got the live stream here. So that's not anything crazy. And if you get a Chromecast, like you just plug it into the back, you do the same thing, but it's already built in. So that's really nice. So I can just, while I'm back there, start up the stream and then just tell it to cast me right up there. And then cross your fingers and, hey, look, there we are. How about that? So that's pretty cool. The unintentional problem is that that was a good spot for it, but if you turn up the volume, the speakers are right there on the TV. So that bleeds over into the back room. So I don't want that to really be much of an issue. So if somebody's like sitting here on the couch, you can hear it fine with like the air conditioning and everything running, or the heater, because that gets really loud in here. You can hear it fine, you just got to turn it up, and then you hear echo in that room. So I don't know. But yeah, that's pretty cool. So I got to figure out where to put that banner other than the floor. It would look cool as a rug, I guess, but it's not. But yeah, this is what it looks like right now. I like it. Turned out really, really nice. Very simple, very clean. Wall mounted. Punched a hole through the wall. Ran a power cord. So now that's sitting right back there. All right. I thought it was a rug. I know, right? When I was looking at it on the TV, I thought the same thing. I was like, that kind of looks like a rug. It's not. It's the banner that was on the wall. Actually, it would be a really good idea to get some Tint Studio rugs then. Because I don't have a good spot on a wall to like hang a big banner now, because I put that there. But I'm a little annoyed because I was like, I totally just didn't think about sound. So it's right there. So if I turn this up and then wait like a second or two to like go over there, I can hear it. And then like the volume will kick up. See, watch. And then you wait like a second or two. Yeah, it's super easy. So the casting on it works very well. So it less things that I have to fiddle with. So it's as simple as like finding the stream on my phone and then telling it to go up front. Because I think I was originally going to get like a Fire TV for it. I really like just having the voice remote. It makes searching really quick and easy. So I go back and forth. I've got a Chromecast at home, but it's been really buggy and slow. I haven't liked it much at all. And sometimes you can't find it on the network. But so far, being built into the TV, this seems to be running really well right now. But we just got it set up, so we'll figure it out. We'll see how long it works. Okay, so tinting. Let's get to that now, huh? Rather than wasting all day having fun. So we're gonna get Pro Classic. So I want to let people leave Netflix signed in or something, leave options for people to watch stuff. But after playing around with the volume a little bit, I'm like, that might be a problem if I'm streaming. You know, because a video didn't get flagged or anything when we were watching other videos the other day. So that definitely couldn't happen, right? So we're going 20 on the front, and then we're doing 5 on the back. We removed all 20. Oh, we're going to have to change out this blade here, too. Like this guy is sensible. Yeah, we were going back a little bit between 20 and 5. He was just I don't want it to look so different from front to the back, and they really don't. They blend pretty well. There's a lot of flexibility with tint, like with mix and matching shades a little bit. As long as you stick to the general rule of like darker on the back, lighter on the front. If you're gonna do different shades, then whatever you kind of choose you'll be pretty happy with. I like 5, but I also like being able to see. True. Very true. So the 5 is, you know, he's driven around with 20 for a while, so we had that conversation. It's like, well, how do you like the 20? And you're like, he said he had to roll it on the windows here and there. So driving around with any darker than that, it's not going to make that any better. I got 15 in the carbon. I don't have it in Pro Classic though. But they're so close. Yeah, I can get behind 15 too. I can't tell you how many people that we did like 15 and 20, and then you install it and they go, I don't see a difference. And you're like, exactly. So I'm actually using the ultra sharp thin ones, because we cut all the corners and stuff usually on the boards. So what I've found is doing it on the bottom and the sides is totally fine, and then having it there so you can do the top, or you can just do separate knives too. Like either way, it's totally fine. What's the difference between carbon and Pro Classic? So the Pro Classic is color stable dyed. The C2 is going to be a little better, so better heat rejection off of the carbon, no dyes. And then hopefully we keep this trend of nice top edges with these blades. God, that goes in far. Very nice. Use multiple knives. We have plenty in stock. Yeah, and then I misplaced it. I think I found it. I think I remember where I saw it. I gotta just put it back up. But I haven't really done like much of a glass test with it. So I always cut in spaces and stuff where there wouldn't be a scratch. So I kind of want to just do this on the glass. I guess I should just do it right on the glass that I have there, and we can see if we scratch it or not. I'd imagine there will be, but these are thin. You know what's really nice about the thinness? So, you know, with like the stainless steel blades, sometimes you'll be sitting here and you'll try to cut like that little sliver of tint off, and you just keep trying and you just can't get it right. You have to dig in farther. This, with the angle, Like, it doesn't, it's the same angle blade, so it's not even the 30s. Seems to do a really good job at just cutting any little sliver off. Oh, come on. I shouldn't go this way. Oh, no, that's fine. So got some 20. So I picked up a bunch of NTs. So I basically got the whole catalog of NTs right here. So they had, I don't know, these ones and these ones. These ones are both, like, they're both thin blades, but these are sharp and these are ultra sharp or something like that. So these ones are supposedly a little bit sharper. If you look at the pack, they have to stuff a piece of foam in here because of how much thinner they are. So I've used up a little bit of this pack, but it basically takes up about 2/3 of the pack, whereas a regular unopened pack of stainless steel ones will take up basically the entire pack because of the thickness of them. So I didn't know until recently that they even had thin versions of some of the blades. So they are carbon steel though, so be careful. But they do exist. I think it's pretty rad. Do we have a 5% roll? Easily accessible. So I don't really, the entry is Pro Classic, and then C2, and then Pro Nano. So I don't really have like a standard. It's just I offer all three, and whichever one they want is what I install. Whichever one seems to fit the budget. Have you tried the Polish top load yet? No, I haven't. Maybe we should though. I'm sure that can't go wrong. Oh, I gotta check that video too. I don't know. I'm on the. You guys might have saved it. It was starting to pick up steam yesterday, and then dropped off late night, which is pretty normal. The question is it gonna come back? But it was showing better traction soon as we changed the title. It's a slow thing. So it was doing like 10 views an hour. And then it started going to like 20, 30. And it peaked at like 70 views in an hour. And then it slowed back down to about the levels that we were at earlier yesterday. But that was also at like 4 or 5 in the morning. So that's not unusual. If it starts to pick up that natural traction, it'll get recommended, and we'll have successfully fixed the video. I really wanted to switch over to Geo, but prices were a little too high for me. Getting people to understand and pay the difference would be a struggle for me, for beginner. I understand that. Keep trying, and just do what works best for you. Part of the problem is like educating ahead of time. Because what I'll tell you for sure is I get more people getting better films when they've kind of had a chance to check out what I do ahead of time. So if they just come to you and you've quoted a price like over the phone and they don't really know anything about your business, this is what it is, we looked up like some quick reviews or something, this is what it's going to cost, and they come in the door, and then you kind of surprise them with like some other films too, it's a little bit harder to get upsells out of that. But if they've had an opportunity to at least check out your business beforehand a little bit more, or you're in an area where there's a little bit more disposable income, those are going to be much easier. Oh, so cutting on the sides, cut where the, you see that? You see this little bit here? Watch, we're just gonna, like, hair slivers we can cut off this now, consistently. There's no more bunching up there. I like that. Thinner blades. I like it. Geo is really nice to use C2 as standard. That's a really good way to do it too. So the other, another value prop is like you start with carbon, Pro Nano, and then you could use like Apex, right? So you go from like 50% to 75 to 80 to 95%. Probably going to do a little bit better in a hotter state or when the weather's a little warmer. But having that clear, better beginning film, you know, so that's one reason I use, like, I mean, I don't want any of my films to fail, so I don't install just like film with a 1-year warranty at a cheap price. But there are more people just generally asking, like, oh, is that one carbon? Oh, is that one ceramic? Because they're calling around now getting prices for carbon and ceramic, but they didn't do a lot of research. They just have heard these words. So they think that any carbon and any ceramic are all going to be the same. It's just like, that's just what it is. So I want that carbon. Where I think they also think it's going to look darker or something. There's just not a lot of research there. Oh yeah, I got to check that video. Let me see. Did we fix a video? I'm going to pull up our most recent video. Give me a second. I'm gonna try not to look at it. Okay. We're gonna go to desktop. We're gonna drag it in together. We're gonna see. Did we save it? Did we save it or no? Yeah. Not quite. So, right in here, this is when we did a title change. Right in this area right here. And you can see yesterday, these are real-time views. So in the last 48 hours, this is after it had some time to cook, and then it slowed down to basically the death spiral, where a video will stay and basically do nothing. And then it started to pick up late last night, and it actually peaked right at the same point where it did before, which is a really, really good sign. But then we're coming to midday, and it's not showing a lot of signs of taking back off. There's still a chance, but it's not looking super great. That's kind of a bummer. So I think it was a positive title change overall, but it might either just be slightly too late, or there's better stuff out there to watch, or it's just, I don't know. It's tough to say exactly. It didn't quite catch that recommended algorithm quite so well. But it was a good try. We'll keep trying. Gotta watch the one where he uses a pool as slip. What? Creative Auto. That's right. You actually came up with that title too. I was looking for a 10% dividend for the title change. Chalk it up to a learning experience. Actually, like, see, it's such an interesting thing though. I think it's such a valuable thing to learn. So I would sit in on another live stream and watch them try and come up with a title for a video live. They would have like a longer title and an idea and just refine it over a half an hour as a community. But that's kind of like the game that you have to play with this. And that's what really kills me about video is you can have what you feel is a good video and then you post it and then it doesn't do well and then you think it's a bad video. It might not be the video. It's a lot of times the way that you market the video. It's more important than the video itself. So I can't tell you how many are like clickbaity to the point where whatever the title was, it was like half there. But if the video was a good video and you weren't disappointed for watching it, then it didn't matter. So title and thumbnail are so much. And you really gotta stretch that creative part of your brain and almost think of it in the opposite. Think of the title and the thumbnail first and then make the video. But often it's you think of the video and then you're like, all right, so what do I call this thing? And then it doesn't do well. So there's a chance it'll do well. But it's, I don't know. I've had them come back after a day or two. Still gotta let it cook. But playing the recommended game, that's tough altogether. So I don't want to be in a spot with making videos where I have to be dependent on recommended. That's one reason why I like live streaming the way that it's at. Bottom line is you probably won't set any records with reaction videos. I actually think they have way more potential. It's out of state. I'm gonna have to pick that up later. Where's my blades? Oh yeah. Are these? Yeah, these are still good. So there's no real rhyme or reason. We have to try it more than once. If I get a strong feeling about a particular type of video, and I've seen example after example of videos just like it doing really, really well. So I think it's just finding the right thing that'll hit. There's a good chance that it has to break outside of Tint entirely. But, you know, with enough tries, we'll find something that'll work. I really want to do something that can be a little bit easier. Easier to make with more tries that has a bigger potential. So that's where those like sit down PC videos with some editing after, a lot of people that watched it, judging from the comments, really liked the video. So that watch time was decent, click-through rate's decent. All the right things are kind of there. I think we just hit the title wrong in the very beginning. But we'll see. It might be able to pick back up. I watched my Walmart video hover in this like higher range for a little while, and it was like just on the fence of breaking out. But the title is what pushed it over the edge, and then started getting recommended a ton. So these are usually just like a title change away from doing better. Which is great, because you can sit there and play with titles all day. But we had to go super strong on that title. All right, so get me a scrubby and some clay. We'll get this puppy in there. Pool slip reaction for sure. Is that like, so is that the other tint video that he did? Do you like the Olfa blades at all? Olfa's good too, yeah. Olfa and NT, those are both, those are the go-tos. One or the other. I think what was so surprising about some of the streamer videos that I would catch is just like how much of them are built off of like just pure entertainment factor and like how easy they are to do. So it's like we often look at like cameras and potential for like, oh, we can make it look better, we can make it look clearer, we can make it sound better, we can do all these things, we can do more angles. When really a lot of these high channels, what they're doing is straight up reacting to stuff and just like screen capping their video. You know, having a recorded copy after, and then their camera, like their face cam was small, and they literally just crop into it. And you can tell that they do, but it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. And the other thing is, I always had a hard time making videos if I didn't feel like there was, I always felt like I had to do something. Or I had to like teach something or bring something different to the table. No, you don't. You don't have to. Entertainment. Pure entertainment is really, really strong, obviously. Okay, how much does tint was cost? It's $100 a month. Definitely worth it. If you're, like, they do have a free trial, and they actually made it a point to say you can keep doing the free trial. But yeah, I use it for all the invoicing. I have to look at the reviews feature that they just added. I'm going to add that soon. So they have an automatic way now to follow up with people. After you've tinted their car, it'll send them like an email or a text with like, would you care to leave like a review? And that's built into it now. That is super cool. Genuinely a very, very helpful thing to add in. Oh, don't stick. There we go. So these are pretty deep. I'm gonna make sure we're reasonably far over. And then we have to go even farther over with this one. Not a super fun car for a lot of people just to tint outright. We should be more focused on this. Well, we are, like, about as focused as I can be on it. but I'd rather play around with some titles. So I have an upcoming video that I'm trying to think of a title for. It's going to be when we watch a couple of people installing film. One of them is Chris Fix, and both of them had a little theme to it. Both hand cuts had one a box cutter and two 1-inch razor blade. Neither of them actually got decent knives for cutting tint, and then they just cut straight on the glass, and you're like, wait, what? And his title, like, it's an old video, but the title is How to Tint Your Windows. So I gotta think of a good baity title for that one. We could go like, Canon. Let me see what happened here. Is that already, really? That's surprising. I think it actually is the battery. They are going and going, aren't they? I've got some spares, though. I think they're charged. We should probably make sure. I gotta put some Velcro on one of them, though. So let me make sure that these are in their carriage getting charged. And then let's set this back up. Sweet. Oh yeah, this one. Oh, that looked like 4, and then top button. Deactivate, activate. Cool, we're back up. Sweet, that wasn't painful at all. Let me check this other one though. And then we got this one, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeesh. Ah, that one's a little better. Okay, that's fine. Sweet. That was a lot less painful than I thought it was going to be. So, it's been sitting on here, which is good because it's in a good spot. We've been watching movie clips all class. What's the point? What's the point of class? When the teacher actually wants to be a React teacher. See, that's what it is. Let's just watch movies in class, and then we'll react to them. Teachers do it. There's a point to it. But yeah, the point is to watch the movie clips. Where does Tint Depot get their film from? They don't really want me to say. Global. But, yeah, I can't really say. They're one of those, like, they actually carry good films. They're part of a different company, though, so they have to sell it a certain way in order to make it available to more people. If you guys ever thought or ever heard of territories with buying window film and offering it in your business, there's also can be territories with distributors and selling window film. So some states, like there'll be an overall overlord brand, and then they'll hire they'll have private distributors, and those distributors will then have territories. So they're only allowed to sell to people in like 5 or 6 states around them. It makes it convenient for the people that order through them, but it ruins their reach at the same time. So like they're protected, they get all those people in those states, but they lose out on bigger opportunity too. So it's a little, it's good and bad, pros and cons. Oh, what one do we want to use? I keep forgetting. We got to keep taking them off the wall. I should mark them and then put them back on the wall is what I should do. But I keep like setting them there. All right, let's check it out. How do we do? I feel like that went pretty well. We covered up all our edges, so that's a good thing. Yesterday you touched on it. Oh, yeah, with all the other ones being, yep. Yep, I can talk about some of them, but not all of them. But I don't mind. I don't mind being asked about it. There we go. Look at that. That went really well. Stop sticking. Don't talk about game anymore. What? I don't understand the question. Do we have it up there? We should. Yep, we do. There it is. It was so quiet for a second.
P10_0F_SH1T super chatted $1.99. Looks good. Thumbs up.
Thank you so much, Pyle. I really appreciate that. I do try my best. When I clean my windows with the yellow, it leaves my... What? Is it time for new cloths?
David Weimer super chatted $2. Do the 1/4 window, winking face.
David with the 2. Do the quarter window. We'll save it for last, so we'll see about doing it. I'll probably have a couple attempts. We'll just see where we're at on everything. He did say right at the beginning, he was like, don't feel like you have to do it. The other one didn't. I totally wouldn't blame you. It's just a weird window. So there's no pressure for it. So we'll probably give a good stab at it and see what happens. The yellow cloths, it leaves splotchy. Am I behind new cloths, or am I washing them incorrectly? I don't know about the rags unless I see it. But if they're like they were working good and then they weren't working later, then sometimes they just get worn out. I don't know how you're washing them, but microfibers use like a lukewarm water, not hot water, and no dryer sheets. So if you want to keep them nice and fresh and microfibery. Because what I've heard and seen is as soon as you use a dryer sheet on them, they start gumming up all the little fibers on them. So you don't want to use dryer sheets with microfiber cloths. And it'll keep them much nicer for longer. But they can still get worn out. So if they are, just replace them. Oh yeah, that front quarter window is definitely going to be annoying. Oh God.
P1Lo_0F_SH1T super chatted $4.99. Do the 1/4 window, smiley face, smiley face.
Pile! Everybody's rooting for the quarter window now. Thank you so much for the 5. Yeah, I definitely feel like it should be done. So we'll give a stab at it and see what happens. I'm always like, what I don't like about them is you just can't really get to them. So once you got them tinted, like hopefully that turned out well. And then if you had to remove it later, like I don't even know how you'd remove it. We're getting to that point in time where we should start seeing a lot more people trying to remove those because of old film and whatnot. But if you're going to take the pillars out, there's clips that need to be replaced. So that would be the easiest way is you pull the clips or pull the pillars, replace the clips, get everything out of your way, and tint it. And it honestly didn't look that hard to do. It's pretty straightforward. I don't even think there's a screw you have to remove on these ones. But it's an airbag. It's an airbag pillar, so, you know, there's reasons why they put the clips that they do in them. You don't want to just leave them sitting there without that. My hands are getting really cold. I didn't turn the heat on in here. But it kind of felt like summertime. So when you're doing like a full removal, you don't really have to worry about leaving heaters on. Maybe we should kick that on soon. Cold water, no fabric softener ever. Get a microfiber specific soap / detergent. Yeah, that too is a good thing to do. I still use like a regular laundry soap, and it works fine enough. I haven't gotten a microfiber wash soap for it, so I'd be curious to see the difference between the two. But I noticed a huge difference. Soon as you get rid of using like dryer sheets and fabric softener, you can tell right away now. Like if I pick up a microfiber and I accidentally threw a dryer sheet in there, I can tell immediately, and the whole batch is just kind of ruined. But yeah, heat will start to melt the fibers. There's some really good videos on the Rag Company's channel. I mean, and they sell all microfiber stuff. Really good resource for towels and whatnot. So they got a channel, good content, and yeah, you learn how to wash your microfibers there. Super chat. Wow, they're just coming in now.
Burns Mulhern super chatted $20. What film is on your
Burns?
showroom glass?
Burns with the 20. How you doing, bud? Thank you. What film's on your showroom glass? I actually don't have film on these windows right now, so I would like to maybe do something, but I want to still be able to see in there. And I actually like them seeing in here too, so that's why I've kind of held off doing it entirely. But there's nothing there, and then I'm sure you recognize those pretty little display boards over there. We just put up a TV. And it's got my stream on it right now. He's gonna drop a residential tint bomb. Uh-oh. So he's got a film. He's got a film I'm gonna have to install on here. But look, see, it's right through there. Yeah, I've had a couple of ideas for it, and like part of me wants to put like a reflective film where chat, like we can't see through to there so much, but now it looks all pretty and stuff, so like I like showing it off. But we could also put like cameras on this side because I got to know when people are up there or not. So it's nice to have eyes up there. And then the other thing is just like sometimes people sit right at that table there and they'll peek right through. And then chat will start asking questions about the people that are sitting there. A TV. Yep. Hey, man. Well, I mean... Oh, sorry. GoPro. Here we go. You should go with smart film. I don't even know. I just turn it off and on. So while I'm streaming, I turn it on. But then people can't see me tinting their cars on stream. Unless they watch the stream, I guess. Should get a tablet so customers can interact with the chat. That's not a bad idea. I'd have to do another thing, like make sure it's on the tablet too, and like set it in front of them if they're waiting. But then they got to be logged into. Nah. I mean, what I'll do is I'll send them the link, and they can just watch it on their phone if they want. Make them watch through the TV, not the window. Well, it's like you have the option to see it on the TV, but like it's kind of just like a behind-the-scenes peek. And the other thing is just when they walk in, now they see the showroom, and that's really cool, but like the back is, in my opinion, just as cool. So where a lot of shops are just kind of like, it's just a garage, nobody cares. This whole stage here is like, if they've seen the videos before, a lot of time people really like to see what's going on back here for a little bit. You're just like, oh, okay, this is what it looks like in person. Gotten that feedback a lot. Okay, cool. So this is looking pretty clean here. Any advice on a Renault backglass? I couldn't even tell you what it looked like. That one, unfortunately, I have to look up. We just don't get those here. If you catch me by the computer, I can check it out. We're in the middle. We're in the middle of some winders. You might with a. Why? Why is this? Hang on. Cam link deactivate. There we go. I don't know why it is when I look at the computer, but when I do, I swear that's when it freezes. That's still an issue. Let's go. So the transition film, you might as well just do the smart film and just like have a switch for it. Just go with that. That would be halfway decent. But it blocks views from both sides. So either we do a mirror film and pick one side or the other, which I go back and forth. I go back and forth on it all, so nothing ever gets done. So just throw some limo on it. Then I gotta try and hide a wire in drywall. That is not my specialty. You know, for mounting my TV, one reason I was so happy it was on that wall was it goes right into the back room. So I just punched a hole in the wall, and there's just a cable just running straight through and plugged into an outlet on the other side. It's great. But it looks amazing from the showroom side. It's just like, oh, yeah, the floating TV on the wall. Nice. Had a metal rod and it just this is good. This is all going pretty good. So after I've done like a glue removal, I swear, no matter how many times I've sprayed and scrubbed and cleaned, sometimes there'll just be those little pieces that stick on the seal. And so when you roll the window back up, that's when that glue will stick to the glass. And then everything will be perfect except for that one glue booger. And it'll just ruin the entire job. I've had that happen a bunch of times. So running your hand underneath there just to like try and make sure everything's like all freed up and feels clean will sometimes save the entire pattern. You hope you don't feel anything, but if you do, you're thankful that you caught it ahead of time. Once that thing is squished against the glue on the tint, no amount of scraping is really going to get that to come off. It's pretty much done. Start over. Nice. So on these VWs, I still tint them mostly the same way. I've gotten pretty much accustomed to just tucking them in a little bit farther, but there was plenty of times when I just tried to keep it real slim. So what I would do is just basically, what am I trying to say? I'd just cut it real slim on both sides and the bottom and just keep it really tight. So that way I wasn't really fighting with anything. Or a lot. Because they can pinch pretty hard. What is that? No. Oh, bugger. Oh. Well, that's no good. That was almost done. Yikes. What did I say? This is going well? That's when things don't go well. So there is a... I guess I'll try and show it before I peel it. There is, right down here, it's all clean, and then when you get farther down, it's just where the knife kind of curved away. Gotta make sure all that glue is scraped out of the bottom corner. There was just a little bit down there that didn't get scraped out. There's no saving it. Wonder if it stick anywhere in here. Not really. We'll see if we can grab it out. It's hard to see down here. So you got to keep your blade like really twisted, and you should definitely stand on the outside while you're doing this. There it is. There's some of it. There we go. So deep seals especially, really gotta make sure everything gets scraped out and go over them a few times, because they'll look clean and then you'll tint that and it'll just look a little like foggy or hazy. It usually means that you didn't get all the glue off of there. That side was good though, just that corner. So let's recut this. We're going to do it on the driver's side too, because we're already here, even though we have to walk away. You can restore the YouTube dislikes with an app. Return YouTube. Leroy Jenkins. Sounds like somebody trying to advertise his own app. That was a whole big thing. What do you guys think about that? YouTube disabling the likes or the dislikes number. I think it's an interesting topic though. Yeah, when I looked at it, it's definitely scammy. I saw a lot of videos posted about that too. See, it would have done the channel maybe a little bit of good to weigh in on a topic like that. I think from a viewer perspective, like, as a viewer and a creator, I don't like that they did it. I didn't think it was like as big of a deal, I guess, but I can definitely see, like, it depends on what you're looking for. If you're kind of looking for like how to do something, and there's just a bunch of dislikes, that's where for me it was really helpful. Yeah, that. What somebody just said in chat. You kind of like, you look at the likes to dislikes, and then you look in the comments, and you kind of figure it out from there.
Top service super chatted
Top service.
$4.99. You just make this shit looks real easy. Here's to the redo.
Why did it do that? That was goofy. Top service with a 5. You make this look easy. Here's to the redo. Thank you, man. I appreciated that a lot. Thank you for the 5. God, those blades just like got stuck. The FAQ/DIY stuff, I have to read a bunch of comments to see if it's actually good or not. Yeah, that seems to be where it's the biggest problem. Because, like, if you're looking up how to do something or something, like, amazing, right? Somebody frames it as, like, this is the most amazing thing ever. You won't believe your eyes. And then they do, like, a little video trick or something. Or a quick edit. Yeah, you gotta do a little bit more research on everyone. It definitely is because a lot of companies and services would probably get spammed with dislikes, more so like the companies. So like people just love to like group hate. That's why you see comments disabled, or any of that disabled manually on a lot of those videos. So it basically takes away like the stigma behind that. So now it's just disabled outright. As a creator, I mean, it is always kind of annoying to like have a bunch of likes and then just like a couple of dislikes, but that's just part of it. You can't change people's minds, but I feel like it genuinely would help any creator that would get, like when YouTube posted the YouTube rewinds, and then it's just like everybody joined up to just group dislike it. I mean, they were actually terrible, but like they made a party out of it. So rather than like embracing the meme, they stopped making them altogether. So I get it. All the people that can disable their dislikes, so that kind of hints at an iffy video. Absolutely. Yep. Yep, if comments are disabled, if likes are disabled, I'll usually just skip the video entirely. At least they didn't get rid of it entirely. I wonder if that's next. Kind of like, because didn't Facebook do that? Like, they used to have a like and dislike, and then Facebook just, like, outright got rid of it, and they never brought it back. You can just, like, have an angry face. Good. Good. This... Yeah, if they did, it was a long time ago. I feel like they did. So they probably did. I still hate that we have to have the community on Facebook. I like what it brings, though. I definitely like having it. I just always annoyed that I have to try and do outside of that platform. So the creators still get to see how many people, so they still have those numbers on the back end. But there's no like tally for the public to know. So they just see likes and aren't quite sure what to think about a video going into it. Because, if you have 100 likes and like 10 dislikes, that's pretty average and normal. But if you have like 80 dislikes to like 20 likes, that usually means like, okay, this is legitimately not a great video or a misleading video. But that being said, they're making so many like positive moves on the platform too. I'm genuinely happy with a lot of what they're doing right now. Because we were watching some videos the other day, and like my stream got pulled while we were watching them, and I didn't realize that it got pulled. But they didn't just cancel the stream. So that was really cool. Like they brought it. They didn't disable it outright. They just like paused it, and then once the copyright stuff stops, then they'll bring the stream right back. So I'm really, really happy with like some of the decisions that they're making, because on Twitch they would just mute it outright after the fact, but it is definitely like a looming problem. There's companies that just like, no, the live stream happened, that was the event, we don't really care about the recording, we need you to take care of this in like real time. And I'd agree, if people are just streaming music that they shouldn't be streaming or watching videos they shouldn't be watching, because like, you know, everybody starts watching like the latest thing that came out on Netflix or something, right? They can't have that. So they need a way to take it down live. But it also is cool because it protects other creators that have posted stuff on the platform that maybe feel the same way about their stuff. But it's also a great way to check ahead of time. Oh my God. So if you've ever, like, if I were to do these like React videos and then post them after the fact, I'd kind of just be crossing my fingers. But watching them together live as a community, and then I let that cook for a little bit and see if I still get the green light or not. Now I know what to make a video of after the fact. So it's kind of like a test bed for me, where the live stream wasn't going to get as many views anyways, but a video has far more potential. So that's where that video the other day came from. So we're gonna definitely play around with more of those. We should try and contact Moog from Mighty Car Mods. Maybe. I want to be really respectful on that type of stuff. I didn't know that he made his own music. I actually learned something by having that there. But yeah, it was automatically flagged by Mighty Car Mods, which is totally fine. Like it's just, that's just how the system is. I'm not trying to take away from creators, from other creators on the platform at all. I usually don't, like, there's music that I could use on the stream, and I kind of just choose not to. Yeah, they used to just, like, outright delete the video or pull it, and with much harsher consequences. Now there seems to, like, they sent me an email, like an automatically sent me an email that said, don't panic, basically. Like, your video has been flagged, don't panic, this isn't a copyright strike. This is just, what is it, a content flag or something? So we're gonna forward all the revenue, all the ad revenue over to this channel, and you can either choose to remove the video, unlist it, or whatever you want to do, or just like trim it out entirely. So that part is pretty great. There we go. We're at least making good time on redoing it. And then let's check our bottom corner, which should look much cleaner now. Yep, all that's been cleaned out. Much better. How frequently should tint be redone? I've got a car that had it for almost 17 years. Wow, that is a long time. The idea is just as soon, like, when you get a quality film, you're not gonna have to redo it. What? Can you watch it on 2x?
Lone Star 6 super chatted $9.99.
That's so funny.
I'm behind in this stream. But I hope future Matt is getting through this well, lol.
What the? I don't think I ever expected one like that. Thank you, Lone Star, for the 10. I'm behind on this stream, but I hope Matt is getting through this well. Future Matt. So he's watching the stream a little ways back in the timeline, but sent forward a super chat. Oh, that's such a good one. Thank you. Yeah, we're doing okay. You can skip right over that mistake. Glue. Is somebody like in the future already? And they know how the job turned out? Bought the car in 05, don't know a lot about films, wondering how far film has gotten. Heat rejection really wasn't a thing then. It was all just like metallized and dyed films. And getting film to last a long time, that was, like there's so many companies with films that wouldn't last hardly at all. And there's a lot of stigma about just getting your car tinted in general. It was more just tint is tint, and making improvements and getting it to install. But the farther you go, the better things get. Now, nano carbons, nano ceramics, those are all much better in terms of clarity and heat rejection. So there isn't really ever a point in time where if you get your car tinted with a quality film that you should feel like you have to reinstall it. I mean, stuff can definitely get weathered, so I guess it just depends on like how well you take care of it and if it shows any signs of failing. But if you're happy with the way that it looks, then you're totally fine. It's not like maintenance on your engine or anything. It's just like if you like how it looks and it's still working well for you, then that's totally fine. Excuse me. I should warm up some coffee. If the film hasn't faded, only reason to redo it is heat rejection. Yep, just wearing heat rejection, that's it. Do you prefer the fan tip? I don't know if I prefer it, but I definitely appreciate it. Like, I don't know. If you sent me the fan tip and like that's what I got out of the box, I wouldn't feel like I have to buy the cone tip. And then kind of vice versa. If I have the cone tip, I don't feel like I have to buy a fan tip. So, I don't know. I like fan tip is great. Cone tip I think is great. There might be a little bit more spraying with the cone tip on average, just because like the cone tip is actually a bit like you get some light spray here, but it's mostly a circle. So when you're moving it, you're just doing that circle. You're just moving that whole circle across, where the fan tip is just quick, even spray down it. So that part about it is really nice. But it doesn't really like make or break the install in any significant way for me. So I'm not like, wow, I'm a huge fan of this fan tip. But I'd be happy with both of them. Maybe we can use it for a little while and then go back to the other one and it'll be like, wow, I hate this. But personal preference, get both, try them, see how you like both of them. It's not, see, you can just change out the end, so it's not a big deal to just pick up both of them. Huge fan of the fan tip. Well, don't you have to be a fan of the fan tip? There is nothing else. Oh, come on. If I tried both at the same time, I prefer fan. There you go. Kind of like squeegee blades. Pick up a couple, try them out, see what suits you best. And then you'll notice your taste might change too down the road. So we can remove the front. We'll leave the backs because we still got the quarter windows to do. The roll downs, other than touch up, they're all good to go. It's 2 o'clock. We're at the last hour and a half ago. Okay. So, as far as the rest of this goes, I got these two things, right? I was playing around with ideas with the quarter windows. We're gonna leave that there. We still got glue removal on the quarter windows, and we gotta do this whole back window. So, I'm thinking, let's open up some software here. I can hear myself talking up front. There we go. Oh, I opened up 2 copies of it. That's interesting. And the front quarters. You guys gonna remember that throughout the whole thing. 18. I don't know what year this is, but I'm gonna start with 18 and see what happens. 18 Volkswagen. It's a sport wagon, right? 17. So this is 19 through 15. So that covers our range. See, we were close enough. We were a year off. clicking the door jamb. And that means I gotta get up. I don't wanna get up. Yeah, it should be, yep, this is it. This is definitely it. So if we do a 24, where are we at? Check the door. It's got a year range, 19 through 15. So when you pull up the year, it's like an approximate year. This software is nice enough to at least give you like a year range that'll tell you when it started and when it stopped. A lot of softwares won't do that. So I really appreciate that they do this much. So we need some rear quarters. Let's see, let's pop a back window in here. God, you guys are so insistent. First, let me cut everything, and then let me check the year, all right? Recorder, definitely too tall for a 24. So I feel like clearing space, not really, not really. So we can do this. Oh, no we can't, not really. Yeah, it's gonna be too close. No! I knew it. There's no way you can arrange this to just... it would have been so close. But there's no way. There's no way they're both going to fit in here. Not even height-wise. God, that's annoying. Makes sense. But that's annoying. I had to switch headphones. Battery low? It shouldn't be battery low. It should still be okay. It's at least connected to the right place. Let's keep a charger on this thing. I do not hear that. Hang on one sec. There we go. Have you tried the new Beats Studio Buds? No, they don't have noise canceling. I don't think. I always add an extra 1/4-inch patterns for vehicles, so I'm unsure. I would love to do that, but this software doesn't let me do that. So really, the most 24... Oh, no, you could do it above it. That's totally fine. We could have thought that far ahead. I'm not great at Tetris here. We can see. It's probably something I should have done. Oh, it's close. It's real close. Oh, it's got that red line, though. That should, like, take into account rollers, right? Oh, come on. There we go. I'm not a Tetris master. All right, let's see how this works. Can we bump? This is all I've wanted you to do for 2 days. Well, if the red line is the rollers, that's actually super great. So that takes into all that account. I want to put it like right to the edge. And I just always shy away from it because I'm like, that's the rollers, right? So we should have plenty of room here. All right, let's do it like this and see what happens. We'll put it right on the edge there. Don't hold me to it. Oh, that's gonna be it. We're gonna hold you to it. So C220. That is Pro Classic 20, Carbon 20. Yes. They put the wrong sticker on my box. They mixed up the C2. They say this is a 40-inch by 100-foot roll. They mixed up a couple stickers. I'm pretty sure this is Pro Classic 5. This is film cut. Not film cut. Not film cut pro. Oh, son of a. Oh, wait, that's speed. How high can we go? 960. Good Lord. What is that like? Let's just half speed. We were like 200. What do we do, like 350? And then see how this cuts. So we're just going to cut it. We're just going to start it there. Yeah, there's no way to know roller position. Well, that's looking pretty. This definitely tracks to the left. There's no way about it. I've seen too many. It goes to the left. That makes it sketchy. Yee! Oh, just get my back window done. Ooh, it's getting close. It should be on track enough to finish it. We did it. We did it, boys. Look at that. Look at how close that is. Yeah, this tracks to the left. So, big problem, if you're trying to cut out, you know, more than one set of patterns, that's a significant problem because you're always having to like adjust it. So that was 350. We're gonna have to like, I thought of this last time we talked about speed. We should do a test and just crank it up to as fast as it'll go and see what happens. 960. Pushing the plotter to hyperspeed. So this is why I opted for a 24-inch roll today, again, rather than try and jumble around with a 36. Strictly so I had a nice, clean place to cut it. I'll fix the table soon enough. And, wow, that's just going down the whole way. So I'm pretty sure I guess I'll leave that much on there. I was gonna kind of peel it, but I'll just leave the corners a little bit long. The bottom ones, top ones should be fine. But we still don't know if we cut through it enough. But chances are we did. We can check on the quarter. And then just see. No, we had to take the bottom and add quarter windows to it. So we'll see how this goes. Ooh, that's nice. So really the only things about running your plotter much faster is like if your film gets caught in like the catch basket, and it sometimes like it needs a little gentle pull there. Instead of just like whipping the film around. So it might cause some problems on that front, depending on the film and your conditions and everything. But hey, I'd say 350. Yeah, man, that was great. Let's go faster. Oh yeah, we cut out these. We didn't cut out the other ones. So I'm assuming these are going to line up pretty well. I'd like to address that, the tracking issue though. I guess I can try and see where the other roller's at and just like tweak the little knobby on the back of it, loosen it up or tighten it up, I don't know. And then maybe it'll run straight. Or maybe it's just how it is. Who freaking knows? But yeah, when you got like 3 or 4 cars and they're all getting 20%, it's great when you can just keep that plotter going and you don't have to touch it at all. Because like even after 3 or 4, sometimes it'll just like the roll will be a little off track anyways, like you didn't run it perfectly straight. But you know, we cut out a back window and then I have to adjust it, so we'll try and get it taken care of as best as we can. So I know if the pattern doesn't line up, the first thing somebody's going to say is, "You didn't check the year." I can already hear it. No, I think we're pretty good though. Oh. Stay. Wow, look at that. Butt up right against that edge. These are slightly annoying to cut out. They're not terrible, but they do take a fair amount of care when you're getting that close to an edge. Good stuff though. Very happy with that one. That one is perfect. That's why we use it. So if it can keep knocking out quarters for me, well, we would have made it. So shrinking the quarters, I wouldn't fault you for shrinking those ones or the back ones. I tend to shrink a lot of everything anyways. We're gonna grab a new towel. This thing's feeling kind of sticky. But they're like flat enough. These are tall enough and flat enough that it's not really a big deal. But we were kind of just already there. So we just kept going. Nice. Yep, these are solid. I like these a lot. It's exactly what you want to see. Everything just Spot on. Go check the other side. Saves us a little bit of time and a bit of frustration, I think. When it works well, that's when you really start to see it shine. If you can just we worked out a lot of the quirks, just kind of moving along. Now we get to start playing around with it and having some real fun. Until that inevitable day where everything just goes bad again. Gotta make sure all these little corners are clean. Does your plotter have a string in the back? A string? A string for what? So I feel pretty comfortable in saying that the back glass will be pretty well too. Glass aid, who needs it? We got plotter now. Nice. Yep, as long as these little corners, this one might be, it's really close. Might be it's tough even to guesstimate the sides on this one because this can change from car to car. Some of them I think are a little bit tighter, some are a little bit tighter, some are a little bit looser. To see this edge line up so spot on is great. And everything else kind of falls into place really well. So if I have to make a small relief cut here, I don't know yet. It seems like it's working. Sweet. Look at that. That's amazing. So if patterns lined up really well all the time, I'd be using this all the time. When it makes sense, it makes sense. I just dealt with a lot of times where it doesn't make sense. Nice. Is that glue? Oh, son of a bitch. Well, we'll cut out another one. Hang on. How many types of tint? How many do you want? What is this one? Rear door right. So this is the right side. We gotta cut one more out real quick. So let's see. This. And this. There's that. No, it's when I look too far down. Okay. Here we go. 350 cut. Still gonna track? We'll see. You could do Dotrix on the outside. Can we? Is that safe? What's better, vinyl or Dotrix? Because, like, I know Dotrix is a vinyl. But that's okay to leave there on the outside? Because I would rather do that than screw around with those quarter windows at this point. Because I'd like to do something, and I really like the vinyl touch on the outside. Because you still got the dots around them, so it's not even like they look amazing when they're tinted either. It's just... So, for the level of annoyance that they are, I just wish they were a little bit more straightforward. But you can't even hardly see through them anyways, so people don't care if you black them out. Generally speaking. Alright, let's do that. There's a little bit of glue at the bottom. So to be able to just cut one of these out real quick, pop it in. Yes, please. Heck yeah. You do a Dotrix with a hey, I don't know, this will stay. That's one way to do it. But we've got lots of brain power in chat right now. So I feel like people know the answer already. I thought it was a little soft to put on the outside. So that's kind of the point. So it'd be better to go get like just a regular black vinyl, but I don't know for sure. Nice. There we go. So that should look infinitely better down towards the bottom. Because there's this like little glass lip. The paneling comes up and then the glass doesn't stop. And they just make it real snug in here. There we go. That looks better. Neat. That didn't take long to redo either. Let's ask Gila. I agree. Sounds like a plan. Okay, moving on to the back. So we want a towel that I guess we don't care a ton about. But I like all my towels. I don't want to use the new one. I guess we can use the old. This will be fine. I think I've used this for enough removals. This is how it's going to be. ATR, where do we put you? On that side. Naturally. So the camera still might, is it? I guess if I do like a whip pan, yeah, it's still, okay. If I do like a whip pan, that's what it is. So I gotta stop doing that. So this is, you should make this into a video. Okay, we might do that. So this is ATR. This is a really solid adhesive remover. Don't necessarily have to spray as much as I sprayed. But it's left a fair amount of glue behind. and you can see it's just kind of like melting away. So that's why I like ATR. You spray it on there, grab a scrubby, glass safe scrubby. So, oh, wow, these are closed. Okay. So these tri-edge ones are really good. They come in blue and tan, and you can use that with a pad also, and you can just go through and just give it a good scrub. So it's a way to remove lots of adhesive without damaging your defrosters. Nobody likes their defrosters to be broken after you've had it retinted. So in a lot of cases, it's kind of overblown too. Most films with a with like a steamer and a back window and some care, the defroster should be fine. They might not take off the glue, but they should be fine. It's when you get into that really nasty, flaky purple tint, that's when you can have a lot of problems, and there's a choice whether or not the manual labor to scrub it and saving a little money trying to do it yourself is worth the cost of that, or you just replace the window, or you just scrape it. So once you give it a good scrubbing, it doesn't mean it's all 100% gone, but take your squeegee and check it out. I didn't leave anything on the back window yet because I want to make sure that it's clean before I cover it up. But looking, where's my other squeegee? This guy. It's looking pretty dang clean to me. Yeah, looks good. I'll still clean it again thoroughly before I go to tint it in a similar way, just to be extra sure. And sometimes I'll keep this damp, just because after you do some adhesive remover, and then whatever's on here starts to dry, you know, you want it to be as clean as you can be. So you either make sure it's all clean or just leave it damp, and then go to tint the rest of it. So I know we already have like an adhesive, we still have some adhesive remover videos. That's actually not new to the channel. We go over the scrub it and ATR. So I don't think this will be an actual video that we leave there because there already is some. Okay, so because we already have it plotted out, we're just going to let this dry. And then what's nice is the quarter windows, I left those, so those can be taken care of too. Same thing, spray them down. So there's other, excuse me, there's other options for these types of sprays too. But ATR was just kind of one of those go-to. Awesome works. Fusion's got one called Epic Orange that's pretty good. Those are kind of the main ones. Awesome, LA's Totally Awesome is like one of the best adhesive removers that you're going to be able to find locally. Other than that, you got to go to like some tint tool sites and order these. So if you're in a pinch and you want something that's kind of good enough, awesome, works really well. But ATR was always a little bit more consistent. And then the other thing to note is there's other things that'll work to remove glue. But what you want to be careful of is paneling too. So just going and spraying whatever, like some people have said like alcohol, like extra strong alcohol, ammonia, just like straight up ammonia. It's like all these things can work, but some of them are really just harsh, super harsh chemicals that may or may not completely destroy some interiors or just leave a really nasty smell behind. ATR is like, I don't think it smells good by any means, but it's not the most offensive smell. When I use some of the citrus adhesive removers, I remember getting a handful of comments about those. They're just like, can you get that to not smell like that? And at the time I was like, I can spray an air freshener in there. But I didn't even know like about ATR at the time. We were using like stuff that was recommended to us, like Rapid Remover. Rapid Remover was just so inconsistent with window tint adhesive. Some of them are good, some of them are not so good. So this is one that works. If you want to experiment beyond that, by all means go do that. Let me know. So we got just a little bit down in that corner. Okay. It should be good enough. Now we get to mirror the other side. Protecting it with PPF? No. It's a little extreme. It's a little bit too much. I'd rather just get a material that just works than trying to have to like layer multiple things and I mean, there's plenty of exterior vinyls. Just get one of those. It's like we could spray clear coat over it too and see what that's but like, come on. So the back adhesive, I swear, it's almost like they're different films. You can see this one is still melting, but in kind of a more snotty way. And it's taking a little bit longer. So the back window is very similar to the driver's door, and the rest of the windows are kind of like this. So it will sometimes just take some extra time and some extra scrubbing, some extra spraying, but it's got a lot of glue to melt through, so we're just gonna let that sit for a minute so I can stand up. And then we might as well go over here. Let's see, where are these windows gonna come out to? Probably bigger than 24, because 24 is not smart. I don't care though. I gotta switch this out for limo though. We'll do this. That's probably the best bet right there. We gotta switch it out for limo though. Oh wait, no, we already have limo in there. We should be good. Good. I forget I have this mouse, so I can just do this. Overlap templates. Oh, okay. Well, I guess it gave me an error and then did it anyways. That's fine. They weren't it was overlapping like the border a little bit, so we'll see what happens here. So that starts at the origin point. Ah, yep, it was close. So that red definitely takes in account that that roller area, which makes sense. Good job. Seems pretty smart. Let's take a look. Oh, we have that there. Is this good? This should be pretty dry, right? Very close. A little damp there. The infamous golf back window. Oh, I do get more space on the top. I didn't realize that. I should have just looked. So these windows will sometimes give people a harder time. The newer ones aren't as bad as the older ones. There's like one in particular, it's like four or five. I don't really know generation versions, but they said this was 7, so I'm estimating like 4 or 5. Gave people a little bit harder of a time. Best way to compensate for something like that is just leaving more film on the bottom so you can kind of pull shrink it better. Being that this is plotter cut, and I cut my quarters out of a 24, I didn't give myself much room at all. But still a little bit, which will be better than nothing. But again, these ones aren't near as bad as some of the older models, so I don't think we'll really have much of a problem. So instead of just going from a top down, when you get to the edges, a nice way to evenly shrink it without putting too much heat in one spot is just you snap shrink it in a way. So you just blow some heat underneath it, kind of balloon it, and then the whole thing will start to shrink together. And you finish it off up top. So get it to like a comfortable spot. If I had more film, I'd just like pull shrink it all the way down, but I'm gonna start singeing my fingers. So get to where you have a couple inches of film left, maybe a little more, I don't know. And then just kind of balloon that sucker up, and you'll watch the whole thing curl in on itself a little bit. And you'll be able to take it right down. Not bad. So we did like save a little bit of film. I would just use a 24-inch roll, but having a plotter, getting those extra quarter windows, that's really nice. But you can see I don't have as much material to work with on the top or the bottom, so everything's got to be near perfect. You have just a little bit of overlap, but yeah, like we said, these aren't near as bad as the older ones. So just keep that in mind. Choose between some extra film for shrinking or cutting out some extra patterns and just running that risk. God, hate when it does that. It's like wet right on the top. So kick some air under that. There we go. There was like a little wet spot up here. So all the film was shrinking this way, and if I kept doing it and just carted it down, I probably or would have very likely creased it. Pick it up, shrink that spot, move it over, and then you're good. We spend too much time doing everything else. Like watching Picasso. Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that. We're just melting some plastic. So, we'll probably peel this from the board and then just wipe everything else down on the car. And then, so that's gonna go up. So the easiest way for me is to position it this way. We'll peel it, we'll pick it up off the top. And we'll just, okay, that one's a funny one. Leonardo da Vinci. It's good stuff. Just start throwing tint on the end of everything. So cheesy. All right, I'm going to run my hand over this. I'm going to spray it one more time. Probably use a clay bar. Would be safe too. But we used adhesive remover. So I guess a good question to just kind of like, I don't know. I've done it, but every back window is different. So we've used, I got this one sitting here. So we've used a scrubby adhesive remover. We've cleaned the crap out of this. I guess the question is there still stuff to remove? Or are we still good? A little bit, not much. So the blue hose, no. Sun Distributing, I think, is the only ones that carry it. The green Flexzilla hose, that is an air hose. It's actually not a water hose, but it does work for both. They actually like the. Ooh, yeah, we want to get that off of there. Ooh, a little bit. Okay, we're gonna spray the whole thing. They actually tell me they like the blue hose better compared to the Flexzilla. It lays down a little flatter. So it's a big problem with some of the cheaper ones. So you can go to like Home Depot and get a hose for like 20 bucks. The cheesy plastic hoses will coil up and they're real stiff. Where the Flexzilla and some of the other ones will lay flat even under 90 psi. And they're rated for those kinds of pressures too. But the Flexzilla stuff, this is why we can't use the Flexzilla air fittings with sprays. So they have like aluminum air fittings with like swivels and stuff like that. We were using those, but they start to corrode because they're made of aluminum. Same thing with like the fuel filters. You want to use like a fuel filter, and you're like, well, it's made for liquid, so what's wrong with using it? Well, with fuel, they're fine. With aluminum, oh, that's on the outside. With aluminum, it'll corrode in water, so all our slip solutions will corrode them. So either this or the blue ones. I like the color of this one better than the blue, but they do carry the blue one in red, yellow, and blue varieties. I think even a gray. There's only so many colors available, though. Where this one was like the cool, bright, yellowy green, fit the studio really well. I liked it a lot. But after like a year of constant use, it did start to swell in some spots. So, you know, it's a nitpicky thing, but like after a long time, the blue one should hold up a little bit better as well. I wanted one more thing. I kind of skipped this part. I'm gonna wipe the paneling before I go to install this, because I've not done this sometimes, and then I'll pick something up that I don't like. That should help. So we're gonna do this one more time. I was just gonna peel it and stick it. Got the blue and red. Nice. But the, you know, just like extension cords, I guess that's a good way to describe it. Some of the orange ones are like really stiff extension cords, and now they make some softer ones that lay flat. It's the same thing with the hoses. Sometimes I focus so much on the glass that I forget to wipe off the panel. And more helpful if you wipe off the paneling too, because all the stuff that you just had there is now on the film. Oh no, come on, there we go. Nice. PRECUT. So I like to hand cut these, so I don't know quite what I'm working with, but I'm pretty confident after seeing the other cuts that these are going to be just snug enough that I should be pretty happy with whatever they're doing here. I always cut things really tight on these when I leave the panels on. And as long as all my edges are covered, we'll be good. That corner back there, just squeak it back. Check this side. Squeak it that way. Squeak it that way. Check the top. Check the bottom. So, there's so much like here that you'll pay attention to. Take your head and stick it as far back close to the glass as you possibly can. And check everything. Because it'll look one way from this side, but then when you have the glass closed, you can actually see through this area really easily. So if you had a gap there right along that wiper, you'll see it. This back window shows who doesn't wipe the paneling. Well, there's probably been a couple of times when I've accidentally not done that. kind of like wiping top edges though on like door windows. I didn't do that for a long time, and every once in a while you get like an extra dirty window, and you just like I couldn't explain it. I'm just like I don't know where this is coming from, and then somebody's like, "Do you ever wipe your top edge of the window?" This is a long time ago. I was like, "No, I clean the window though." You're like wipe the top edge, and then you see it, and you're like, "Oh." But I was still annoyed to have to do that. Where can I get mounting racks? Go back to where you bought Carpet Shield. So in the closet sections or like garage storage, they have these like hanging racks. So I don't know. I call them dual tracks. Everybody's got their own like little names for them, but they're basically like closet storage systems. Yeah, once we're done, if you want to finish this back window for me, then I can show you. Got a little finger up here. That was goofy. Yikes. I don't like that. Oh, what a bummer. Everything else is pretty good on this. Shiz. She, bro. That's not good. Oh, it's got to be when I do this. Oh, no. Never mind. No. Well, all good things sometimes get peeled. There's a little bit of dirt right here. Like a little bit much. Right about there. Some hard speckles that I definitely didn't like. And I might have missed something here too, even with all my scrubbing. So I think I missed a couple little things. As much cleaning as we did, removal's so fun. So all that all that crap that you're trying to clean off the window can definitely still, like, it can be there. It can be sitting in some tough spots. And it doesn't take much to reintroduce it back into the window. So that blows. But we'll focus more on those spots, and hopefully this second time around we'll be all right. That was a little bit too much, though. I didn't like it. I'm not a fan. It sometimes, like, if you have like a harder speck or something, you can touch it up, and you'll have like that'll just be how it is. But I still don't like it. That had like a little trail of speckles there. Harder ones that I did not appreciate at all. So, live and learn. We'll put this in here, and then I guess we can just do that, right? And then cut it. Should we speed it up? Nah, we'll just run it. 350. It's still shifting. That's really annoying. I'll keep trying to play with the rollers. You can have all the extra for pole shrinking. As I literally butted up towards one of the edges because I forgot about that part. Now we're gonna shrink it the same. I don't want to waste any more time now. We're just gonna get another one on here, cut it, and shrink it. He wants to pick up all the little pieces. Oh, I hate that. That was a mood. True. That was a 100% mood. There's all the little scraps in the way, and they just add up and add up. So on the last one that I was cutting, I dragged my blade against one of those, and it just like trailed around the whole thing rather than just cut right through it. And I'm like, really? So yeah. Yeah, after we go through that much cleaning and prep and stuff, this has been a reasonably long project. That'll put me in a bit of a mood. Because we already cleaned the outside, so then you gotta dryer sheet it. I got quarter windows to work on. You just get over it. It's starting to feel like a Polish friend. Still got glue to remove. I got front quarters that I might attempt now, and I'm less likely to. There's so many little things now that you're just like, yeah. That's, again, why we kind of charge what we do for removal. Because even after you get the film removed, you're not done yet. There's still remnants of the removal that hang out and like to just like, hey, I'm here. You're like, ah. But this is the real life. Super chat.
Lost in everyone super chatted $5. Golf's a me right, you got this main.
That accent was great on there. Golf simmer, right? You got this, man. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the 5. Yeah, I mean, shrinking it, no problem. We got through that real quick. And we don't have to climb it in and out of the car. So that makes the whole removal and retint that much easier. So, 24-inch roll, not bad. Platter cut, lines up, not bad. It's all just cleanliness sometimes. But most of this is all gone pretty smooth. I've just gone at a really slow pace. So what really kind of adds up is when I go at a slower pace, everything's kind of going fine. And then you run into like a handful of situations that just make everything take way longer. Because if I'm going to take some extra time, I want to make sure that it's extra better. And when it turns out bad, then it's like, why did I just spend extra time on it? I think I bought sun chips and they're in the car. We haven't really had any break either. But You don't really do that. The rest of it looks really good, though. So let's figure out how to clean that a little bit better. And then hopefully this second one goes better. Nice. Getting a little tangled. Can't eat what while I'm tinting throws my vibe off, and then I go extra hard on dinner. I can appreciate that. I got so used to just powering through it all because lunch was always like a punishment. The work and appointments didn't stop. So when you took a lunch break, then it's like you're getting questions on like, hey, is this car going to be done? They're waiting. And you're like, you didn't schedule any breaks here, bro. Sorry. And then they do the same thing day after day after day. So the only real thing is you just stop and mentally deal with everything piling up, which makes your break kind of unrelaxing at that point. Or you kind of just pause or power through it all because the shop wouldn't change. So I got used to just like, whatever. I'll just deal with it and try and be out at a reasonable time. Maybe snack while I'm working or something. But for the most part, getting in the car and driving somewhere and picking up food was too much of an inconvenience at that point. You're spending 10 minutes driving somewhere and getting something, 10 minutes back. Lunch breaks were considered like half an hour. And it just was pointless. Like, what, I got 10 minutes to sit down, scarf something out. Screw it. Give me coffee. Trail mix. Ooh, trail mix is good. That's usually more expensive too. Weird sidetrack thing. I always notice, like, I pick up a bag of trail mix and I'm like, do I want to spend this much on trail mix? But then it's so good. It goes down quick. Are there payment plans for plotters? Yes. I don't know who has them and who doesn't, but I know like there's like a leasing program through some of the bigger companies, and some sites have like a credit service or something, you know, like where you can do it over a period of time. Oh, come on, there we go. Just enough to get on the glass. Slide, please. Where are you sticking? You can probably take a small personal one. Maybe. Ugh. PayPal keeps wanting to loan me money too. And the better you do with PayPal, the more money they want to loan you. Like just like a credit card, but they're like small business. You could use couldn't you use like an extra $15,000? And you're like, no. Yes, but no. And then they're like, okay, how about 20? how about 25? And you're like, good God. Kind of terrifying. How much does Pro Classic, how much heat does Pro Classic reject compared to Pro Nano? 0. Pro Classic is color stable dyed. So that basically means that it looks pretty and blocks UV, but it doesn't do anything for IR. So it's a way to have a nicely tinted vehicle, save some money, but it's not going to do anything for the heat. Not really. Like it'll absorb like a little bit because of the coloring. But if you put it in front of like an IR bulb, it'll pass right through. So it'll feel more comfortable. PayPal sending me letters. Yeah, they do that to me too. Shopify is like... Shopify is really good too about trying to do all that. They're like, we could just get it to you right now. You're like, I'm good. Gotta get that interest. So we're 5 on the back, 20 on the front. I also didn't clean off the dryer sheet before I installed this because I want to feel like I don't have to put it back on if there's a problem, which just like the last one, this one seemed to go really well. So we'll check it over. And if we got to redo something, we do. But tint something once. And when you peel off the second one, generally it'll be cleaner on the next install. Also, you be extra careful. So the windshield, it has 50. We're not actually doing the 50. So this was a whole removal and retint. The film was just, it had a glue failure. It wasn't my film though. Not my problem, thankfully. Not wanting other people to have one, but where's, good grief, not under there. Okay, so we got the quarter windows cut out. Let's do those. Let's see where we're at about the fronts. Not my monkey, not my zoo. Is that what the zookeepers say? You know, that's the old zookeeper expression there. Best way to remove it? With warmth. I've got videos on trying to remove it. But general rule of thumb is steamer. And steamer and patience. And then adhesive remover on top. Nice. I think that's better now. Is it? It's all good. Oopsie daisy. What is up there? Is that something? That's gotta be something. Oopsie daisy. That all lines up. Well, all's well that ends well. Oh, come on. Just give me a little bit. I guess we gotta break out this. Oops. Golfs, am I right? Oh. Little son of a bitch. I should have recognized that. Oh, this is the first time we're starting it. So the corners, the deep corners had some build up back there. And I guess I just did a crappy job of getting back here. Because the paneling gets so much in the way. So I thought I had them scrubbed out and melted away. Back here. So I was mostly soft scrubbing like up to here. Should have gone a little. All right. Third. This is where everybody says third time.
David Weimer super chatted $2.
David.
Totally do hurts $2 less golf Samirite Maine.
Golf Samurai, man. Thank you. Thank you for the 2. Yes, it hurts exactly $2 less now. Good God. Golf's am I right, Maine? Sure, let's do that. USB device not recognized. That's not terrifying. All right, so let's get these. Peel. No, we're not gonna make it into a shirt. You're more than welcome to make it into a shirt, but for the 3 people that might want it. I got a golf to tint. Am I right, man? So, remember how it's all dryer sheet? Well, now third time. So, corners, no good. Corners bad. I figured early afternoon on this one. Boy, windshield. I feel like the rest of it would have gone so much easier if we were doing the windshield, because time always balances out that way. It's like you decide to do the windshield, that adds the same amount of time as not doing the windshield, just now we have more regular problems. So, you guys want to see a golf window again? American History X. I think before. There's a handful. There's a handful I get. Some of the bigger ones, it's like, I'll hear, I clicked on this for Bill Hader. All right. What's the other one? Corey Feldman? You think that was another one I heard? You get all kinds of crap when you have a bigger video. Three. I'm so glad this is a 24 though. That part's fun. Do you do removals? No more. No more removals. Please, no more removals. Like, they just come back in weird ways. I don't know. Sometimes they go okay, but there's always like just extra crap that you don't even, you feel like you've addressed everything. And the water was sitting in there. So it's one of the things that you could definitely kind of like pass off until it dries out. And then just like cross your fingers that it's not noticed. But it was pretty, I don't know. It just needs to scrub better there. There's just like that little bit of glue buildup sitting in a couple of the corners. Makes sense. I can't even hardly touch back there, so just did a lot of scrubbing, a lot of squeegeeing, and I just didn't really double check that area at all. And I'm not scraping back there either, so, you know, just like the lower corner, it's something I should have got, but I just didn't. All these things kind of pop up afterwards. What would have been smarter is when I did the first one, I kind of stopped where I saw the dirt first, and I didn't really check the rest of it. I should have just paused a little bit more, checked the rest of it while I had tint on there, and then I would have been sure where any other potential problem spots would have been. So there would have been a couple of ways to save it, like prevent that from even happening, but I just didn't. I was all wrapped up in it being messed up. How to spend. How to spend all day in a golf. But I knew this was going to be a long most of the day project. I was ready for it. And then here we are. Anybody taking those apart probably would be doing better than me right now. Just tinted a Ford. Customer broke the rearview mirror trying to take it off. Yay. Oh, you guys, I got second opinions all day. That's chat. You guys are supposed to see that and be like, yo, what about that? And then I'll yell at you and be like, stop being a backseat tinner. You know what drives me crazy though? Is when you work at a shop and then you're in the middle of a car and then somebody comes up to it and they're just kind of like looking at it and they're like, there's some bubbles here. And you're like, I'm not done yet. Shut up. I'm not done yet. All right, third time. What do we think? Yay? Nay? There's some bubbles here. Why is there some bubbles here? Get out! One of the funny ones. This is something my dad would always do. He would point out like extra water. So there's definitely arguments for it, but man is it irritating when you have a bunch of stuff to tint. So he would go up to cars out in the parking lot, kind of give them like a once over here and there, not with every one of them. But there's a lot of things that were like perfectly fine. And he's like, can you just come up front for a little bit? And you're in the middle of like 3 cars. You're like, no. What? And he's like, it's just that car out there. There's just some extra water there. And it's like already been baking out in the sun. So it's already tacked up and you're like, I can't do anything with it. Oh, just go take that and press it out. And you're like, it's been sitting outside. I can't touch it up. And then on top of it all, he would then take it upon himself if you couldn't touch it up. He would take a tool and go try and touch it up himself and then call you out to look at it and go, hey, this doesn't look right. Like, yeah, you just fucked it up. No wonder it doesn't look right. And he's like, oh, well, pull it back in and redo it. He's just so mad. Like, if you just left it alone, just leave it alone, we would have been all good. Now it's already half dried to the window. I gotta redo it. Customer's waiting. I gotta pull something else out, pull this in. Working for other people, am I right? That would happen from time to time. Not all the time. This one definitely went up a little bit smoother. Am I right, man? Burns is calling. Hello?
Hey, what's happening?
Oh, I'm still fighting with a golf on stream.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
You live right now?
Yes, sir.
Alright, well, I was just calling. I was just telling you about that new tail light though, but call me when you're done.
Okay, will do. Bye. It always makes me laugh a little bit when people know that I stream. That was funny because Burns was hanging out in chat. And I know it, I'd assume at this point it'd be over too. But they call me like, I'm live right now. Oh, really? Yep. Oh. Good stuff. Ooh. Good. So at some point, I think we cleaned it enough. But dirt finds a way. Da, 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 da. All right, let's check this out. So we got a little finger right there. We're gonna thoroughly check all these corners. Hopefully that's it. Dang. So that's a finger. This is the little push-up spot that can be taken care of. Corners, so much better. So much better this time around. Everything looked really clean. So the patterns have been solid too on this, so I couldn't see a gap anywhere. No, I don't see anything as far as a gap goes. So I think it's just a matter of getting this touched up in a nice clean way. And if we do that, should be good to go. Yay! So scrub your corners better. Scrub your corners a little bit better. And suck up the frustrations. Yeah, right in here. So like this area right here, there's just like it was starting to lift a little bit. Looked like it was like pushed up against something. But that's down. All the fingers are down. A gap could also appear like a dot matrix border too. So that might have been something else, but if it was on the inside, I'm not quite sure. Looks like everything's covered. Thankfully the third time, I think that would have killed me. When you get to like the third time in the redos, and then you have like a light gap of all things, just like you didn't put your head up where you're supposed to, then you lose it. You said we're supposed to check, so I'm checking. I didn't really mean it. What have we done? What have we created? Okay, that's been sitting for a while. So let's soak some more into it. We have some rear patterns cut out, and then I don't know what we'll do. I think we'll probably call it. I think we might revisit them when he brings it back for the windshield. That's a thing, right? I can spend all day on a golf. Okay, so for these, gotta get a GoPro so he can give you all the heck while you work. Sounds good. So yeah, at that point we can have a different solution, either clips or black vinyl to handle it. for some reason, like, I saw the car, like, some pictures ahead of time, and I should have just, I didn't even think about front quarters. But it's not a big deal. He's just looking for a nice clean job. It was getting faded, or not faded. It's just bad ripply. So, nice new film put on here. Damn it. GoPro. You know when something looks a certain way, and then you shrink it, and you're like, that's not the way. This is the way. Because it's backwards. So this is the driver's side. The other side is the passenger side. Yes. Hit a brain fart for a second. Oh, head down. Drop it in. What do you say, Golf? Oh, tint pouch, Avery Dennison. Yes. I heard it, and then I forgot it. Yep, Avery Dennison pouch, super great. Probably the best pouch ever. Sun Distributing, they have them. Super nice pouch. It's got it's made for vinyl wrapping, and it's got just enough pockets, and it's small enough. It's got just enough pockets. It's really, really handy. So it's not too wide. Everything's easy to get to. And it holds up. Holds up for a long time. Second best pouch that I've ever had was like a freebie from 3M. I don't even know when we got it. It came with a sample of film. It was like a crappy tie belt with 3 pockets, but I swear it worked really well compared to some of the other ones that I've seen. There's some Ergodyne one, I think it's called, that a lot of people sell. I don't like that one at all. Too many pockets. Not enough room. Where are we at on this video? Can I just refresh this really quick and see? Oh, what a bummer. Looks like, yeah, it's not going to find any strength back today. That's no good. There's that one. You know, snapping windows is really nice. There we go. Snapping windows is really nice on windows. But sometimes it doesn't work well with every window. Hey, this is scrubbing easier now. How about that? The longer it kind of sits, the better it works. Get those bottom corners, all the edges. God, those are hard to reach. Oh, I use baby shampoo and Dawn. Not a big fan of all the other ones. I mean, it's been a while since I've tried most of them at this point. But All Type was a better one. Tint Slime Ultra was pretty decent. I liked it for a while. And then I had to kind of stop using it. But I don't think it would agree with this film so much. There were some days where, like, you know, at the time I was using, like, Avery NR Pro. And that film will slide around really, really nice. But then there was something about NR that's got a different adhesive. And it stuck way faster. So I had to, like, beef up my slip solution. Same thing with a lot of Guari. Yeah, I used Blue Dawn and baby shampoo mixed. It was like the only things that seemed to work really well. Mix them together, like quarter Dawn and 3/4 baby shampoo. I don't know. That's just how it worked. Because we had some pretty hefty tack up problems early on with it, and it was driving me crazy. I had some rough days initially. Expel trains with All Type. Nice. I haven't tried it. It makes, I guess, a little more out of all of them. Out of all, like, the branded slip solutions, that's one that I would think would work better, but still don't know. But I think I've got it sitting around so I could try it sometime. I got it, yeah, I think I got it sitting down there. I should check. No, I don't. I don't have All Type. I have everything else. I have Epic. I have Tint Slimes. I think Epic Orange or All Type was one of the ones I didn't grab. Maybe I do. Maybe it's sitting on a different shelf somewhere. All right. Plotter. Nice. This looks really good. So it's funny, I had dust on that window. I didn't even clean the outside yet. Because plotter, take it over to glass board, shrink it on the glass board. No need to touch the car except for the inside. So you'll have baby shampoo and whatever dripping on the outside when you hand cut. With plotters, little thing that's kind of nice, but not the end of the world, is when you have plotters and everything works out, you actually don't have to spray the outside like at all. You can just shrink on the glass boards. Shrink on the glass boards, install the film, and never touch the paint. All right, let's finally get cleaned up here. Oh, this side. Cool. So, not use that one. One quick on the front quarters. It's not. Let me touch up the rest of it first. So we plotter cut them. So I gotta swap a roll, cut them out. And then we can take a look at them. It's just there's cleaning involved too. There's setup. It's more than just like a quick little like see if we can get that in there. But we could probably do them in 5. See, I know what I'm getting into. Quarter windows are some of the most annoying windows. Like, can you shrink a window on a flat glass board? Or you snap it? So like the same guesstimates that you use on a window. Did you have a film failure? Oh, the title. No, this was existing film. It failed. So we did a whole removal and retint. So it might seem like, oh, it'll only take 5 minutes to just line up and knock out. Not always that simple. Time is it? It's 4 o'clock? All right. Let's see here. 20%. We got to track down our 20, which is right here. And I think the worst will be if you actually do one on one side successfully, and then you can't get the other side. Our plotter's working good, though. No, you don't have to shrink to the exact shape. There's you're doing that. You're not even. How do I say this? You're not even necessarily. Here, let me get these here. Oh. What the fuck? It doesn't have it. Hang on. Yeah, they're not here. Oh, look, the windows, they don't have the front quarters on these. No, that's a hatchback. Beetle. The same winders. 17. They didn't have it. So VW, You know, Golf GTI here, right? It'll be the same. They're not here. Back, front doors. So this is the hatchback. What the fuck? Seriously? How do you not at least have them? They're not hard to plot. Jetta's not gonna have it. Passat's not gonna have it. Slap some Dotrix on it, call it a day. No, I'm not just gonna slap it on it. I did. That's what we've been cutting off of, was a sport wagon. So rear doors, yeah, they just don't have them. Not enough people are doing them for them to bother, which is super dumb. If you're gonna do the rest of the car, just add those in. This is one of those quirky plotter things. So, unfortunately, there's no quick way for me to just cut these out without just like throwing some Dotrix on here and just hand cutting them quick. But it's already like 4. I gotta call them. If this was just a quick like, yeah, we'll just add them in really quick and cut them out and like give it a few tries. These aren't super straightforward. That's plotters for you. I did prep a little squeegee for it though. I did this. I did the same thing. I took a squeegee. See, I took a stick, and now I have. Let me get a stainless blade. You know what I'll do? Let me call him. Because they might want to pick this up by a certain time at this point. I said like later afternoon. Or like sometime in the afternoon. Canon. So what I'm going to do is... Let me call him. Hey, this is Matt from the Tint Studio.
How are you?
Good. The Golf wagon is basically all set except for the front quarters. I wanted to at least try to attempt them, but it's already getting pretty late in the day, so if you want to come pick it up now, you can, and in the meantime, I'll just try it real quick.
Yeah, I've been watching. So that back window got you, huh?
Yeah, it got me a couple times.
Cool. Yeah, just finishing up work, and then I'll start heading that way.
Okay, cool. When about do you think you'll be here? Just approximate.
Probably just half hour, 45 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That'll give me some time to play around with them, too.
Yeah, do your thing. That's awesome.
Okay. Sounds good.
I'll see you in a minute.
All right, bye. Well, he'll be here in about like a half hour or so. Like half hour, 40-ish minutes. So it'll be a little bit. So I guess we do have a little bit of time to play around with these. Any tips for removing window scratches? Not really. I'd check with like glass companies and those products. Maybe there's something good now, but I've never seen anything in person. So don't let me stop you from checking stuff out, but I haven't. Dotrix is really soft. I don't really want to just do Dotrix on it. I also don't think Maybe now it does? Hang on. Canon. GoPro. Oh, you know, there was a change. Let me see. Dotrix is different now. Like, I mean, different than 20 years ago. So, I suppose. Because what's nice about it, too, is there's so much, like, he's got, like, a flat roof, and then you have, like, the flat trim. So Dotrix is, like, has more of, like, a flat look to it. It's a product that I used, like, 20 years ago, too, in all fairness. I used it a couple times, but I remember distinctly seeing, like, it always goes on the inside. I hardly ever used it. I remember seeing so many times there was like this, what is it called? There was like this distortion with it, almost like a worse orange peel. It wasn't smooth, but now that's much better. So like one of my customers said, he's like, all this seems like is a nice calendar vinyl. So that might all be what Dotrix really is. Try putting a piece on the, no, this will go on the outside. That's the point. So just kind of like vinyl wrapping it and just seeing how close that we can get with it. It's overlapping it, trimming it, and then calling it a day. So if they're going to take a little bit to get here anyways, let's see how this goes. Let's find out. So I think this is overall a better like long-term solution as well. Because if you're putting this on the inside and like you want to redo it, change the shade, it starts fading, like that's just like the long-term idea of it. It's just like, don't necessarily expect to have to do those things. But, you know, you want to remove it down the road or whatever, you'd have such a hell of a time trying to get in there and to remove it. But if you can get it tinted, you can also look at it like a poor excuse for not tinting it because you can't get in there. What's the cost? I don't remember. Check Sun Distributing, they sell this stuff. So what this also would solve is no more dots. So like even if you tint the inside, you still got the dots. So I like in true tinter fashion, we want to tint all the things. However, you know, if it is what it is, if it's better than what we had before, and I'm not gonna like charge any extra for this. This is just kind of like, oh, I said Sun Distributing. So it's a real, it's a soft vinyl for like the inside. And I don't know enough about vinyl here. So I hear the term calendared vinyl. So there's a good chance that's what it is. I have like an inkling that it's not like a super fancy exterior car wrap vinyl, but it should hold up. I'll show it on the inside. Just let me get it installed first. Can we do that? Can we do that? I mean, it's all staying clean. This is kind of nice. I like it. I think I like it. I'll leave it. I think the hard part is just getting this corner. There's a better way to do this, I'm sure. Somebody that's got more wrap experience than me. I'm approaching it like a tinner. But I think we got it. Ooh, I like it. The edges actually turned out pretty dang nice. Put some heat on it. What, you should post heat it or something. And all the, that's cool. I'm not, so on old Dotrix, what I would see is lots of little lines getting left on it while you're kind of squeegeeing it down. I'm not seeing any of that here. So it all just like looks like a nice vinyl. So this is good. I like this. I like this idea. Yes, Dotrix apparently is different from 20 years ago. And the nice thing is it's removable. So if you don't like it, you remove it. But I tend to think that they'll probably leave that over anything else. I'd do this. All right, let's see the inside. Look at that pocket. I keep messing with Matt. He's cool with it until he tells me to shush, and then I'll stop. I respect that. Okay, there you go. How's that? I think that's way cool. I like that a lot. Where I got hung up on Dotrix, the idea of doing it was just, I remember seeing it before, like, so it goes on the inside, right? You're not really, you don't have much of a light, you just cut it out real quick, you slap it on the inside, you call it a day. So the finish of it doesn't matter. So I remember the old finish, and I've barely used this product since. So I got a new roll, little ways back, and I didn't pay attention to that much, but I did mention that it was different. I just never thought to, or, yeah, you guys know. Enough suggestions, we got it in there. Yeah, it looks really good. Yeah, we can definitely do it again. It's very easy to repeat. And if he comes back, like, he'll either, I'm assuming it's just going to leave it. But we'll know more long-term later on. Like, so if he comes back for, like, full windshield down the road. I'd be way more happy with this than nothing. And this doesn't cost anything extra, so. He was watching a good part of the stream, though. So he knows, he probably already knows what we're doing with this. There. I got just this little nub right here. Just want it to lock down. Whew. Much better. Ooh, that ties it together. That looks way better. See, 5 in the back, 20 on the front, and that same type of finish with the roof. Yeah, that looks better. Just trying to dry out this edge a little bit, make sure it's all locked down. So yeah. I mean, long term, it's literally what we put on the inside for the dots, so I'm not really worried about UV damage so much. But really just like, how's this finish gonna hold up long term? I don't know, but it looks sick. Yeah, we'll do the other side. Scrub it out, hand cut it all. There's probably a better way to like, this is one of those things where it actually would really benefit from having a template. So much easier. Thinking. I suppose. Should we take like a liner and do that? Yeah, definitely. Because doing all that while it's on the glass is like, it's all well and good, but so much quicker if you can just template it real nice, I think. And it's a small enough piece that that shouldn't be much of an issue. Maybe we should hand cut it all. You know, it's more about that front. That'd be a great pattern to send in and have copied. Yo, dog. That is true. Or, you know, maybe. Maybe, since they get the monthly, they should have added this. They should have added this from the beginning. More the exterior window tint cut. You don't need the exterior one. But do you think like they got this in, and then some dude was like, do I have to do those quarters? And they're like, nah, people don't do those anyways. This is like absolutely one of those windows that would benefit from having plotters, because you just, how do you not? You just attempt them like 50 times with it. Anyways. Oh yeah, so this doesn't have to be backwards or anything, because this template is basically just going to be, they sell pre-cut vinyl for those. Oh, it makes total sense. Something that I would absolutely be super annoyed to have to go down like a pre-cut site to buy these for, because my legitimate business software doesn't have them. So funny. This goes back to like Ryan Mayer's channel, where he's like, you know, I got the plotter, I got the software. These cuts are terrible. I should have just hand cut them. You're like, yeah, probably should have. But you don't know that until you go through it all. Something like that should be pretty good. Oh yeah, this ain't tint. There you go. There's maybe your perfect kit right there. We'll see. No, we officially went so long. We officially went so long that the microphone died. No fun. All right, 1 second. All the things died. Camera. Microphone. It's all dead now. This transmitter. So you guys got to at least see what it looked like before it all just came crashing down. I just want to say thank you for providing so much value for us newbies. Priceless. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm... So many. Now is the best time to ask me anything. Well, we started recording, and then it played back the audio. Yeah, that turned out really well, actually. I'm happy that we took a go at some vinyl. I think templating it is just a little bit simpler, and you can keep the template around after the fact, and you can kind of refine that and just keep it hanging around. Reverse it, do both sides. Dotrix or any other basically wrap vinyl. So Dotrix is, you can kind of get a 2-for-1 there. So if you want to pick it up for the tops of back windows on like older cars, that's why I have it. And I totally forgot about the finish on it. It's smoother now than it used to be like 10 years ago. But it was, yeah, I'm really happy with that. I'm glad that we have something that kind of blends in with the rest of it. I mean, he went pretty dark anyways, so 20 on the front, 5 on everything else. And then those quarter windows you can't see out of anyways. So they're kind of irritating. So you just have like bright little light pockets, but you can't see through them. You can't clean them. They're just sitting there collecting dust. So to tint them, I think is the more like, yeah, I tinted it all. But I never thought there was a problem with vinyl wrapping them anyways. Especially because he's got like the same finish on the roof. So it blends really nicely. So I'm very happy with that versus leaving them or cursing a lot trying to tint them. So if you want to tint them and you go to remove the A-pillars, you need to replace the clips because you'll break the clips. And those are airbags in those pillars, so you really need some proper adjusted clips for those. At least I wouldn't want to be responsible or feel like I caused it to be different, and then you get in a front-end collision and you needed those airbags, right? But, yeah, so Sun Distributing. Let me pull that up. Because they might be one of the few places that still has it. I don't know how many places really carry it. But let me pop the link here. Oh, it's out of stock. Do a Google search too. Dotrix, this is that product that comes back to haunt them every time, I swear. So it's out of stock right now. I did a video on this a little while back, and the handful of rolls that they had went pretty quick. But yeah, this is the listing on it. It's $123. But you can get, it's a 16-inch wide roll by 50 feet. So what's cool is you can actually get 2 to 3 dot matrix is out of like every stretch. So definitely keep your scrap. So you can just layer them on, save it, put it in the box, and you can use the next one on the next car. So you get a lot of use out of it. And generally we would charge like an extra $50 for like Dotrix on a top matrix area. Now I just kind of do it as an extra because so few and far between now for me. That's why they don't really have a lot in stock. It's one of those things that nobody needs until all of a sudden it's like the perfect thing. So, but you could definitely use any type of exterior black vinyl. That's just what we use today though. Did the 16-inch do both sides? Yep, they covered both. It was off of like just a small piece. Cut it in half, worked for both sides. It was great. But that was nice. I really like that. I want to make sure that was dry, just a little bit more on the edges, but yeah, that was super convenient. And I think a great solution that tied the rest of it together. So it's one of those things that when you own this car especially, you're just like, you probably get used to it being the way it is, and I know a lot of people have done that. I never liked saying that, but I was staying in the back a lot of times, so I just moved on. I'm gonna hop off stream here. I've just been streaming way long, so I don't know. He's gonna be here sometime soon, but it's just been a long stream. I should have been done. I should have been done like a couple hours ago, I think. I put a Holland material, VAG green, looks very similar to the front windows. The problem is it's to the quarter front windows. VAG green. Oh, got the back windows green. Oh, kind of reminds me of like, I know the Tiguan has green windows. Should be in there 15 or so. Okay. Good deal. I'm gonna hop off stream here. I gotta clean up and yeah, finish some stuff here. It's just been a long stream. So we managed to get everything done. This is kind of what removals look like though. Start to finish. They can go well, or sometimes they can just be a pain in the butt for whatever reason. So I should have done a little bit more care in making sure that back window was clean when we went to put it in. I don't know. It's just, shouldn't have redone it so many times, but hey, here we are. Everything turned out really nice though. I think we'll be happy. Oh yeah, super chats too. Real quick. Because we had a handful. Probably more than I realized. Which helps me get through a day like this. But just in general, it's fun hanging out. All right, so big shout outs to David, Lost in Everyone, Lone Star, Top Service, Burns, Pyle, David, Pyle, and Daniel. Thank you so much for all the support. There's a lot of these that go okay, and then every once in a while there's something that just we get hung up on, but we got through it. We're here now. So thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Oh yeah, there'll be a video I think tomorrow, maybe tomorrow, maybe Friday. Shit, tomorrow's Friday, maybe Saturday.